The Royal Commission into Defence and Veterans Suicide is in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Mr. Sheptoe.
Good morning, Commissioner Caldas. Commissioners, I call John and Robin Halloran, who are already seated here today.
John Halloran, do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Robin Halloran, do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Mr. and Mrs. Halloran, before we begin, I'd just like to take a moment to thank you for being here today. I'd like to thank you for your courage and the commitment you're showing towards the issue of veteran and defence suicide. Your son, Private Halloran, who you've asked me to call Tom here today, only very recently died by suicide at Robertson Barracks right here in Darwin on the 26th of April of this year. Tomorrow is the 6 months anniversary of his passing. And from the short amount of time we've spent together, I'm aware of how extraordinarily raw and how extraordinarily difficult this process has been for you. So I'd simply like to acknowledge that publicly and to let you know how grateful this Royal Commission is for you giving so generously at such a difficult time. So thank you. Mr. Halloran, in terms of your evidence, am I correct in saying that you have made a statement signed at 20 October 2022 in response to a notice to give issued to you by the chair of this commission?
That's correct.
Commissioners, as you are aware, there are two versions of Mr. Halloran's statement. There's a confidential version which redacts personal and confidential information, and there is also an unredacted version. Operator, can I please ask you to display the redacted version of Mr. Halloran's statement? And can I please ask you to scroll down to the next page? Mr. Halloran, do you recognise this as the statement that you provided to this commission?
Yes, I do.
Now, I understand that you wish to make a minor correction to your statement. Operator, can I please ask you to go to paragraph 38? Thank you. And I believe that correction is when you say see medical report attached, that should read the attached medical report was obtained by Tom and provided to that doctor. Is that correct?
That's correct.
With that correction, to the best of your knowledge and belief, is the statement you have provided true and correct?
Yes, it is.
Commissioners, I tender the redacted version of Mr. Halloran's statement as a non-confidential public exhibit and the unredacted version of Mr. Halloran's statement as a confidential exhibit.
Thank you. They'll both be accepted on that basis and allocated the next consecutive numbers.
Thank you. Mr. Halloran, I understand this morning that you'll be doing most of the talking. However, that your wife, Robin, may also wish to contribute. Robin, if at any time you'd like to say anything, please do so. Also, if there are any questions you don't wish to answer, just say so. And if at any time you'd like to take a break, that's also fine. We're very happy to accommodate you in any way that we can. Mr. Halloran, can I start by asking you, how old was Tom when he passed away?
Tom was 21 and he passed away a week before his 22nd birthday.
And the photo that's sitting there on the desk, that's a photo of Tom?
It is.
And when and where was that photo taken?
This was Singleton, and he had just passed his training at Singleton, and that's just a taste of his wry smile as the sort of boy he was. And in that picture, actually, he had been bitten by something in the outfield, and so he had a bit of a lean on his smile. We think it was a spider, but so that was a happy day.
Can I ask you to tell the commissioners a little bit about Tom? What was he like as a boy and as a young man?
Yeah, well, Tom was he was bigger than life. He was one of these kids that just had to get there and do as much as he possibly could in the shortest possible time. He was talented in so many different ways. He could sing, he could play instruments. He was very gifted when it came to sports. The more dangerous the sport, the better it was. He used to do highboard diving. Actually had medals for that in the Middle East. And he really would take any challenge. He was one of these guys that would just take it on. And it was funny because when we went to the wake and we met a lot of his friends, one of the words that came up was that he was fearless, just fearless, one of those boys that will try anything. So he would wakeboard, he would snow ski, anything that he could try, he would try. He had a very quick wit, a big smile, and was always very popular. So he grew up basically travelling around the world. And so he didn't get the average Australian education. We moved around a lot, and we went to Mount Isa, New Zealand, and then he did most of his schooling in the Middle East, in Dubai for 11 years. And in that time, I think he had a really different base to what he would have got in Australia. He used to walk through the front door of the house with his friends, and when they came through that front door, there's probably not one of them was the same colour, and probably one or two of them would speak English as fluently as he did, and that was his pack. So he had a great childhood, very talented kid.
And were you a close-knit family?
Yeah, well, we travelled everywhere. We travelled around the world, and when that happens, you tend to be very close-knit because you make friends and then you leave them. And so by the time we spent our last expat days in Dubai, I think it makes you as close as a family can possibly be because you have to rely on each other. Yeah. And he has a beautiful sister who are very, very close, very kindred spirits. And I think that he knew the whole time he was alive that he was loved well and truly by the family.
No, thank you. Can I move then to his career in the army? When did Tom join the army?
It was 2020. It was 2020, yeah.
Early February
Yeah, that's
2020?
right. Yeah.
And how old was he at that time?
He was 19.
And do you know why he joined?
Yes, he was always fascinated by his poppy, who was a World War II vet. He served up in the Solomons, did a lot of real wartime. And I think Tom used to get a massive thrill from listening to his stories and what he did. And he saw my father get, his funeral was catered for by the RSL. And he saw that Dad had been treated well. And it was strange, from that moment forward, he always wanted to just be in the army. He could have chosen anywhere he wanted to go, but he just wanted to be in the army.
And were you supportive of Tom joining?
Yeah, we were. We were supportive. We knew that he was playing airsoft games and different sorts of combat games in the Middle East at the age of 14. And so it was a natural progression for him to go through and keep doing this, except it just got bigger and louder and more real. So we supported him as much as we could, because it was a difficult process when you come from a different country, because you've got all sorts of other concerns in the employment. And so he mounted all of those. He didn't give up. Eventually they knocked on the door and said, you can come and join the army. So,
Operator, can you please display paragraph 9 of the redacted statement? This is the welcome letter that you received from the army that you refer to, and it assumes some significance later on. I think we'll come to it, but I might just read it actually. The 1st Recruitment Battalion, we're charged with looking after the welfare of your loved ones. they are well cared for. Having entrusted your loved ones to our care, I assure you that they are in good hands. Can I ask you how you felt when you received that letter?
Very reassured. I mean, for someone to sit down and say that and put it in a letter and send it to you when your son's about to start in the military, it's reassuring to see that they've got you and they've got him. So,
And can I ask, how do you feel about that letter now?
it was a pro forma letter, to be perfectly frank. He's no longer with us. So we put him in there and we felt that nothing was going to happen to him. He was bulletproof, so to speak.
Can I turn to his early career in the army, which commences at Kapooka? You mentioned in the statement that he was injured there while training.
I beg your pardon?
You mentioned that in your statement that he was injured at Kapooka while training.
Yes. He hurt his knees at one point. He'd hurt his back, which turned out to be far more serious than we first thought. He had broken his finger, and another point in time, we believe he had a spider bite. So yeah, he picked up his fair share of injuries along the way.
And were those injuries that he also picked up at Singleton when he was
Yes.
training there?
Yes, correct. Yeah.
So while he was at Kapooka and Singleton, do you know if he raised his injuries with the army?
We can only go by what he told us on the phone.
Yep.
And we don't believe that Tom really wanted anyone to know about his injuries. It's not a really good thing to do when you're starting out your career as a soldier, to tell people that you've hurt yourself. And it became very, very apparent to us that he wasn't telling people about his injuries. He couldn't get away with his broken finger. That's basically why he had to do something there. But the rest of it, he could try and hide as best he could.
And where did Tom go after Singleton?
Tom went from Singleton to Darwin.
5 RAR here.
5 RAR, yeah.
And at that stage, do you know whether he sought any sort of medical treatment for his injuries?
We know that he did see people, but not in an official sense. I kept asking him, what has the doctor said about your back particularly? Because he was telling us he's getting a lot of pain from his back. And we sort of thought he was being vague about it to begin with, but then we suddenly realised that he wasn't being treated for his back at all. As a matter of fact, we don't think he was ever diagnosed. And I asked him, I said, do you know what's wrong with your back? He said, no. He said, I know I've heard it. I know it's not getting better. And so at that point, we realised that he wasn't getting medical care.
I'll come to that. Can I just stay with something that you mentioned in your statement, which is that you were aware of his injuries, but the army wasn't, and you refer in your statement to something called the punitive culture. Can I ask you to expand on what you mean by that, the punitive culture? Yeah,
well, we've spent a long time with his friends who are all soldiers, and we've spoken with Tom at length, and he said basically you don't get ahead by getting injured. If you hurt yourself, then you're going to be either back squatted if it's serious, or you're going to be impeded in your progress. That can stop you doing a lot of things. It can stop you going overseas, it can stop you deploying. So in reality, if something happens to you, you're basically taken out of the system while all your friends are doing exactly what they want to do and what they're trained to do. And believe me, when you see what these boys do, they're greyhounds, and the girls, I should say, but they are greyhounds. They seriously trained so well. They're at the age of 19 and 20, they're probably the most deadly people in the country. And when you take that away from them, or you take that away from and especially someone that age, we're talking people just out of school who've just been trained up to this fine edge, and you take that away them, they see that as punishment. They don't see that as I'm getting better.
And I understand from your statement that you're saying, well, that's one of the reasons why Tom didn't sort of, you think, come forward with his injuries.
Absolutely, absolutely. And he told us, he said, if they find out that I'm hurt, then I won't go overseas.
So can I ask them, what do you think needs to change in that respect?
This is just such a broken process. When someone gets injured, you've already gone through all the selection process. You've found the person that you want to fight in the military. You've found that person that you want on the front line. You've trained them up. When something happens, there's a disconnect. And instead of taking that time and using it successfully, I believe the best thing that you could possibly do is take them aside and upskill them. Take them away from what they're doing while you're fixing them. And then upskill and give them something that they come out the other end with, that even if they've got a severe injury, they've still got IT or something else that they've learnt in that time that they're down. Because to leave them there and just say, well, we're going to give you a process that's going to tell us in a few weeks or a few months what we can do with you, it just leaves them in limbo. And remember what you're dealing with here. We're talking about our son who's only a very young man. We're not talking about someone that's come back from war with PTSD. We're talking about the new generation of soldiers that we've got. This is the people that you're putting on now and want to get 100,000 people to join the army to serve. Then you have to look at them and say, this is an asset. Our soldiers are our assets and they're worth a lot of money. So if we treat them right, when something happens, we upskill them. When they do get better, they've already picked something else up. And it was one of the ideas that we were talking about, because I had a conversation with somebody who said, when you get injured, there's this really robust system in the army. It's a really robust system. What happens is there's a J1 to a J5, and if you get taken out at this point, they can then give you maybe you could go on a course, or maybe you could go and do something that will help you until we can get a final diagnosis, and then eventually you might get pensioned out. Trouble is, you're talking about 19-year-olds, 20-year-olds. These boys don't know what they don't know. And what we found out and what we have discovered through everything that Tom has said to us, he didn't know half of this. Probably because they're lazy, probably because they don't do the research, but they're just let go. And he didn't know these things were available to him. We've subsequently found out you can do courses. And when someone turns around and says it's very robust, well, it is, if they know that it's available. It's extremely robust. But he didn't know any of this, so nothing happened. So Tom didn't get the treatment.
So that is something that you think should have occurred, in terms of that information sharing, that should have occurred very early on in his career in the army, in your view?
We believe that there's a system that needs to be put in place, that when someone hurts themselves, it doesn't matter what the injury is, maybe even on a daily parade at Kapuka, for instance, because these people are coming from school, a lot of the younger ones. They're probably not match fit. They're probably going to hurt themselves. But from day one, to make sure that it's not a big deal. Okay, look, you've hurt yourself. Anyone in the parade that's hurt themselves, come forward. And when they come forward, then it's reportable. From that moment forward, someone has to take that note of that person and deal with it. Because otherwise, it just runs underground. And we've spoken to so many people who have been injured in basic training and carried it all the way through, that if it's not reportable, if someone doesn't take control and take charge of that, then it can end up like this. And when someone tells me it's a robust system, it's only robust if you knew about him. He didn't know about this, and he's no longer with us.
Can I now move to Tom eventually seeking medical treatment from a doctor on base? Do you know roughly when that was? Do you recall?
The scan was November 21.
Yeah, about November of 21.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's about a year and a half after he's
After
been
the
in the
injury.
army and after the injury.
Yeah.
And in terms of that medical support, and the diagnosis, can you please tell the commissioners what occurred?
Yeah, Tom rang us one night after he'd been to see whoever it was he saw, and it was a very concerning phone call because if you put it into the context of Tom was right where he wanted to be. He was right at the cutting edge. He was in the infantry. He was doing what he wanted to do. He thought the world of the company he was in. And then somebody said to him, Tom, with what we've seen on your MRI, you have 4 choices. You can keep going like you are, and the only reason Tom had been going like he was he had an amazingly high pain threshold. He was very lucky he'd had it since a kid. He said then the second option is you can possibly have some cortisone injections into your back. That'll work for a while. That'll slow it down. Third thing is you may have to have surgery, in which case your career will be finished or your time in the army will be done. But the part that really stuck in my head was when he turned around, the last thing he said was, if I was you, I would get out, look after your back. And when Tom told us that, it was not a diagnosis, it was more like a sentence. Because here's this young kid exactly where he wants to be, doing exactly what he wants to do. So when he was told that, you could hear the difference in his voice. All of a sudden it's gone from I guess, pinnacle to trough in one conversation. My problem with that was, I said, and who did you speak to? What happened after that? And he said, nothing. And I said, who have you spoken to? No one. And there lies the problem.
So after that diagnosis, you mentioned in your statement that Tom was then placed on reduced duties. And in your statement, you identify an issue with that around medical confidentiality. Would you like to expand on that?
Yeah, well, what we found out was when we asked him, we said, so you're not allowed to do certain things? And he said, I can do gym at my own pace. And I said, so you've got a back injury. How do they treat that? And he said, well, half the time they actually don't know what your injury is. It's just what you're allowed to do. Now, whether this is policy in the army or not, I don't know. This is the conversation that I've had with Tom. Yeah. So this is what he perceives. They don't know what he has wrong with him. So that's not going to go any further. It's not going to be reported any further until he virtually can't do anything. And so, that brings a lot of consequences with it as well.
Because I think in your statement, you're saying that the duties that he was then given weren't suitable for somebody with his type of back injury.
Yeah, well, there was, he was given some tasks. I don't think it was intentional. I think it's because they don't know what his injury is exactly. And if they knew exactly what the injury was, maybe it could have been more pinpointed what they could... Yeah, and it's because of the confidentiality of the soldier and the report from the doctor.
So can I ask, how was Tom handling his pain?
Well, I asked him, I said, what are you taking for this? What are you taking for the pain? And he said, I'm not taking anything. I said, well, you have to be taking something. He said, well, at night, he said, I'll take some Panadol, I'll take a few Panadol, and I'll take a few beers, and hopefully I'll get to sleep. And this was towards the latter, we realised that it was getting worse. And so he was dealing with it. And I said, why don't you, and again, whether it's his policy or not, I don't know, but this is his perception. I said, why are you not on stronger drugs? And he said, well, I'm driving trucks and I'm shooting rifles and I've got a responsibility. There's certain drugs you can't take. So then it also occurred to me he wasn't speaking to anybody about this either. No one has written a prescription for him because he didn't know.
And he was concerned about losing his ability to drive trucks.
Absolutely,
and shoot
yes.
live rounds.
He was very, very scared he was going to lose any of the things that he had built up during that time.
Now, in terms of that, what you refer to as, I think, a few beers at night, his drinking, it led to a few disciplinary issues, didn't it?
Yeah, we were made aware of there was a couple of incidents where he just didn't get up in the morning, and he was also been drinking. We understand now why, but he was caught at that point, and they said, you know, you're going to be disciplined for this. And we didn't know about it. He didn't tell us about it. We found this out from somebody else at the wake, and it happened twice, to our knowledge.
And in your statement, you say that it was at that point that you thought something should have happened. What do you think should have happened?
Well, we were led to believe that when you get caught for something like this, it triggers a psych response, which is perfect outcome. And for Tom, that probably would have been the perfect outcome. It triggers, someone has to have a closer look at why is this soldier doing this. And the first time it was missed, and the second time it was missed, and we think that was probably the moment that they might have caught something. Had he gone to speak to a psych, he would have had to have told him about his back. He would have had to have they would have seen it.
Yeah. Do you want to take a minute?
Mr. Halloran, there's no rush. If you just want to take a minute, but no one's rushing. Please take your time.
That could have been the point at which they caught it, I guess is the point.
Yeah. So as Tom's health deteriorated, he's self-medicating, but he's also doing less. And in your statement, you say, well, this led to some bullying.
Yes. It becomes a bit of a whirlpool at that point, because you're doing less, so you're less stimulated. You get more time to sit with your pain. You get more time to think. He's had a diagnosis that's told him that his career's finished. He's in his eyes. I mean, and we are talking from his perspective, so someone could turn around and have actually said to me, but that's not the case. There's all these things that could have happened and should have happened. But the point was, in his eyes, that's it. I can't see myself going anywhere with this. And he was going really well, doing what he was doing. So that's a huge shock to get to that point.
And in your statement, you say a couple of the boys called him a linger, short for malingerer, and you refer to the power of that word in your statement.
Yeah, he brought this to our attention, and I could see there was a couple of things had come up in conversation there where he hadn't gone socially out with the boys. And I said, what's going on? And he said, well, basically, I was called a malingerer. And he said, Dad, you don't know what that is, but basically it's not a good idea to get called a malingerer. It's something that'll hang around your neck for a long time. And he said, I'm doing less, and because I'm doing less, they think I'm not pulling my own weight. Someone else has to pull my weight for me. And I said, so what are you doing about it? I said, can you do anything about it? He said, no. He said, it's just goes with what's happening, Dad. I'm not well and I can't do it, and that's what happens. And he said, it happens in the army. And I've had people say to me, no, that doesn't happen. That's gone. Those eras are over and all that sort of stuff. But it was well and truly there. And I could hear the pain in his voice when he talked about that, because that was the last thing he wanted to be called. You know.
You had a recent experience in Darwin with that word. Is that something you'd like to tell the commissioners about?
Yeah,
without naming names or
yeah,
a particular troop or command or anything. But
yeah, we were invited to military ceremony, and part of that military ceremony there was a lighter-hearted moment. And during that time there was a kangaroo court, and they were talking to different soldiers about the things that they had gotten reputations for, and they were getting small prizes, and it was a bit of levity, I guess, during it all. And as one of the guys came out and he said, "And you're a linger," at which time the people that we were sitting with, who knew exactly what we had said about this very word, looked at us and said, this is not acceptable. And I got to say, I was really, really impressed, because it was one person in particular who turned around and he told us that after that incident, especially in front of us, especially knowing what we had told him about what Tom was called, he turned around and he said, we want to outlaw it. We want to outlaw that word. We don't need it. It's destined to make someone feel bad about themselves. And so we're taking a stand here, and I've told them that they are not to be using it, and it will be punishable if you start intimidating other soldiers with that. So hats off. I mean, seriously, if that's where we start, then that's where we start, because that word has been around for centuries, and it's probably done more damage than good in training. We have a very good friend in the Air Force who was called a malingerer, and she said that was the worst 18 months of her life. She couldn't get rid of just could not get rid of that title. And that's Tom now had that on top of everything else he's dealing with. He's now got a couple of the boys, not all of them, people he didn't know that well. He wouldn't tell us who they were, but that's enough.
Yeah. So that step has been taken here in Darwin in terms of punishing the use of that word within a particular battalion. But is that something that you think should be replicated elsewhere?
It has to start at the top. Any change has to start at the top. But I think the big difference is we're not talking about soldiers that we had here 30 years ago, 20 years ago. These young soldiers live off their phones. They're different people. They have different sensitivities. They're just as tough, and they'll do just as deadly a job if asked to do it, but they're different. We have a new era of teaching children and the way they perceive the world. Very different to our age group. We think that if you can start to find a different way to get a better performance out of someone than by calling them something like that and starting it very early, then why don't we do it? Why don't we do it? It doesn't make sense. And at that word, if you ask the boys, there's not a person in the military that doesn't know that word.
Can I move to the months just prior to Tom's death? He goes to Woomera to do some work on some trucks, and he enjoys himself there.
Yeah, he did. They gave him some special work to do, and he really loved it, he told us. And it was research and development, and I guess the part of it is that all of a sudden all your skills, everything that you've been taught, now you've been given responsibility, and you go out and you use that responsibility. And he was with a couple of other fellas from 5, and they all came back, and they were pumped. They had a really good time. They enjoyed it. And I remember him saying, it was so different being out in the country, using, driving the stuff that he's been taught, and it was a good time.
And what happened when Tom arrived back in Darwin?
Well, there's the problem. When he got back, he still was injured. He still was in pain. Most of his friends were deployed at that point. He told us that he was alone. He said that he was in a lot of pain, and I imagine the pinnacle of coming off something as exciting as that, now coming back, and the word he used more often than not when he was talking to us was, "It's boring and I'm bored." And he's gone from this hyper excitement level to back to the base, sitting in his room, and he said, "I'm just sitting here tonight and I'm bored." Very unusual to hear him say that.
Can I now move to a very sensitive topic, which is the WhatsApp message that you received on the 26th of April of this year, which is the suicide note that you were sent by your son. Thank you for sharing it with this commission. I read it. It's deeply personal, so thank you. There's one thing that I'd like to highlight in it, and that is that Tom refers to, and I've asked you for your blessing to do this, but Tom refers to constant pain that he was in. Can I ask you, what do you think, on reflection, are the factors which really contributed to that moment and to that day?
If you put all the pieces together, it forms a picture. And it's not one small thing here, it's the culmination of all of it. But the overriding fact is that pain is tied to mental illness. And bad pain is tied to mental illness in even more drastic measures. There's no doubt about it. We never got to the bottom of what he was putting up with. And now he's sitting back in his room. We were shown his room. We were allowed to go through his room and we saw where he lived. And I remember sitting there and thinking, the fan is squeaky, the air conditioner's making a noise. He's on the top floor looking out at the trees and that word bored. And it's overwhelming when you get that picture because I see it, I get it. I can see where he was mentally. And his friends are all gone. There's no friends there at that point. There's just a handful of them. And the boys get together, they do talk, they do chat, they sort stuff out. They don't actually sit down like psychologists. From what Tom told me, they all sit down and they have half a dozen beers together and they have a bit of a laugh, and by the end of it, they feel better, and that's their psychology. They're not going to speak to somebody. They're too young, they don't get it. But when I was sitting in that room and I saw what he saw and I listened to what he was hearing, and it made sense. It's all of those things. And then you've taken the excitement away and you've put them in there, and that word boredom.
Can I return to the WhatsApp message? You received that around midday on the 26th of April of this year. What did you do when you received that message? What happened thereafter?
We scrambled, basically. I was in another room. I was at my computer, so I saw it first. Raced into where John was. He read the message. I think our daughter then rang us. And in whatever series it happened, I was calling the 1-800 Families helpline because I had the original letters that we'd received when, we're going to look after your son, and it had one of the leaflets in there.
This is the one that we showed earlier?
Yes. So I grabbed that and rang that number.
I rang the police.
You rang the police.
And they put me straight through to Darwin Police.
And Annie rang the police from Sydney because she was in Sydney at this stage. And so she's calling.
Sorry to interrupt. Do we need to cut the
No.
feed on the name? No,
The
you're okay.
daughter's name's okay.
Okay, thank you.
So there's phone calls going everywhere. Also trying to call his phone, his computer, every method of technology we could. I got through to the 1-800 helpline and told them the situation, and they were going to send somebody. They were also going to have the chaplain ring us back. So this was all, 3 minutes of phone calls and noise and scattering.
Yeah, and the police, they were straight on it. They didn't doubt us for a second. We said, we've got this message, this is where he is. And they said, they took it down and they said, we're on it. My daughter had rung Darwin, so they got that same phone call twice. And then we just kept ringing his phone, just kept ringing him. We just on the off chance, maybe there's time, because we didn't know what he was about to do. We knew what he intended to do, but we didn't know how. So we thought there was a chance that we could catch him, so to speak.
And then the chaplain rang back and confirmed that they were in progress to his room and they were doing everything that they could, asked just a few other questions, and then said, I will let you know once I know something. I'll be in touch.
Scramble's a great word for it. We tried to just cover every base we could, as quick as we could.
I apologise for the interruption. Could we just cut the feed for a moment? Commissioners, we have an objection to public discussion of the method, and I think there was some reference a moment ago, and perhaps that's going to continue, and we respectfully request that not be published.
If we could
I'm
just cut
content
the
for the
feed
non-publication
until
order
the
to be made,
discussion
but-
is had. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm content for the non-publication order to be made over the reference to weapons. For the record, I should say that was not the method.
And it was not something that we discussed either.
No.
Thank you.
No, please.
Can I just ask, you're sitting at home at this point, you're waiting for news about what's happening with Tom. How did you find out the awful news?
We had a phone call from our daughter,
It was in Sydney?
who was in Sydney, and she had called Darwin Police or Northern Territory Police back to see if they'd had any update. And they basically said, we're sorry for your loss. And then she rang us. We, at that stage, were no wiser.
So we found out from our daughter in Sydney. And then I rang the Darwin Police and they confirmed it. And we spoke to the 1-800 number and they said, someone will be speaking to you shortly. But the whole way it was put together was just a mess. And it was a horrendous way to find out from our daughter crying on the phone. Just horrendous. And
the shortly was 3.5 hours later when somebody came to our doorstep
3.5 hours later.
from the Army. Defence sent them.
Operator, please display paragraph 83. I won't read it, but I think this really sort of encapsulates how you felt at that moment. Can I ask, though, what would you have liked to have happened? How would you have liked to have been told from the Army?
They impose a blackout. We've been told it's what happens when someone dies in service, and then you're officially informed by somebody that comes to your front door to tell you. And it's very dignified, and I get it, and the people that came were absolutely wonderful people. However, we already knew, and we'd been sitting there for 3.5 hours trying to put together. I mean, I can't tell you what that felt like, sitting there. So what we would think is that there's not a right way to do this every time. If someone passes away in service and they don't know, and the first thing you hear is someone at the front door, then I get it. That makes sense. But to invoke that silence in this situation, it didn't make any sense. It was 3.5 hours of sitting there trying to get a story, trying to work out what happened. And so when they came, we said, we appreciate you coming, but we know. And they said, yeah, we know you know. Everyone was so embarrassed. It was so,
I think the answer is it needs a different playbook for a different situation.
the ability for someone to make a decision and say, they already know, just speak to them, just talk to them. It's got to be changed. The way it shouldn't be just a one set pro forma. It should be, we can change this. Something happens like this, it should be a phone call straight away to us. So we're speaking there to someone on the base.
Can I now move to some events after Tom's death? One of the ones that you mention in your statement that's had quite an impact on you is the fact that Tom didn't leave a will.
Yeah, look, we know Tom had a will, or he told us he did, because he rang up one day and he said, well, it's getting real now, we've had to make a will. And he said it quite proudly, you know, I'm in a dangerous job, I'm 19, I deal with guns. So it was tongue in cheek when he said it. However, we found out subsequently that there's huge confusion in whether there should be wills or not. Soldiers are forced to make a will or obliged to make a will before they go overseas, as far as we know, before they deploy, in case something happens. However, when they're in training, it's live fire, it's bullets, it's driving trucks, it's learning stuff. There's always that possibility that something can go wrong. Arguably, it's probably one of the most dangerous jobs in Australia today. We can't understand why wills are not mandatory day one. Just as you walk through the door with every other piece of paper you sign, why is a will not mandatory? The fact is, it's not for the soldier. It's for the people that have to clean up the mess afterwards. They get some direction, they know what to do. And yet we were told, oh, we have to, you know, everyone should have the right to be able to do what they do. The will is about those people afterwards. So we've been trying to get someone to make an informed statement on this, and we've got about 3 or 4 different versions. Apparently you do now have to make a will, but it's electronic and no one's actually watching it or keeping a checking that you've done it. So,
And what about you? What about the impact it's had on you? So
Oh,
what have you had to do?
it's horrendous. You have to go back and no one knows you. You don't exist. You have to apply to become administrators, and then when you become administrators, you then have to apply to get information about our own son, and it goes on, and you have to give the same story, and it's very painful, and it's unnecessary, and it's expensive, because unfortunately dying is a very expensive business. And so when you least need that in your life, you have it. And I just don't understand. All it takes is a 5-minute will to be done before they even march out.
Because you've probably had to engage solicitors to do all this as well.
Oh, yeah. It's as I say, it's very expensive.
And not straightforward,
No.
given that he was New South Wales, born in Queensland and living in Darwin.
Yeah.
Things have to be applied for in each state to make sure that there's been nothing put in paper somewhere.
Can I move now to the support that you've received from the community here in Darwin and 5RAR? You mentioned that in your statement. Is there something that you would like to say about that?
Yeah, it was an incredibly painful time for Five as well. He was a really popular guy, and I could see his friends were genuine. There were lots of them, and when this happened, it affected all of the company. We were treated with enormous respect. There was a huge amount of empathy came down from the army, from the top down. It was professional, it was dignified. We were sincerely welcomed into 5RAR because of Tom, and we do feel like family with them. And it's a culture that we've never seen before, and it's a healthy culture that they have. The amount of empathy that they have for each other's soldiers is incredible. And Tom's funeral was done by 5 RAR at 6 RAR down in Brisbane for us. And again, it was when the floods were on and the rain, you've never seen anything like it. And there was 100 soldiers standing out in that rain, and they carried him onto the gun carriage, and there was a salute, and it was done in pouring rain, and not one person flinched. And it moving, and it is something we will never see in our lifetime again, or feel in our lifetime again. So we thanked everybody that's involved, and we saw that it was so well practiced. If Tom had seen it, he would have been proud of it too.
They've been very supportive and still are, even to this day. We're constantly speaking with them, getting messages from them all the time.
And I think you even mentioned that there's got to be a Halloran Award.
Yeah, so it's interesting. Tom was put onto a section where they have now brought in fast watercraft into Darwin, and Tom, in his CV life, was also a coxswain master, and he actually had civilian qualifications in that line. So when they brought the boats in, he was thrilled. All of a sudden, you know, he's got back to boats because his love was tinnies and stuff. So he was teaching a lot of the boys how to do ropes and knots and stuff, because a lot of the military that come in, a lot of the army particularly, doesn't have that knowledge. So he was able to pass that on, which made him pretty popular because no one wanted to fail the knots courses. So anyway, he did all of that, and the end result was that when they came down to see us, the boys before the funeral came to see us personally, and it was his group of friends, and they brought down a photograph with them. But they also brought an oar and a paddle, and it was very representative because Tom had been instrumental in bringing this in, and they said that this oar was handmade and it had some medals and insignias and things on it, and that they were going to replicate that up here in Darwin, and that there would be an award, a Halloran Award, which we're yet to talk about and find out what that's leading for, but for some form of excellence in what you're doing. So again, you know, we've been treated so well by the Army, we can only thank them for that.
Can I now move to some ideas and recommendations that you had? I'll bring it up on the screen because you said you'd prefer that. Can I ask the operator to just display .0011, just that page? And I know that there are some that you would like to speak about. One of them is about mandatory reporting in the context of injuries.
Yes. We really do think that this is probably the part that was very broken for us. Had someone picked this up very early in the piece, had there been a system in place, and we've been told there is a system in place, but had there been a system in place that was different, instead of the soldier going and saying, I'm hurt in the morning, maybe it's brought to them every day. There's a health check in the morning perhaps, or in the afternoon. How's everyone going? Who's hurt? And if someone is injured, if you can actually make them feel that they can tell you, then you can deal with the small stuff straight away. The bigger stuff at that point then gets reported. If it's a bad injury, it should be matched up with a psych consult, but you don't call them a psychologist, not to young troopers. You call them performance coaches, because that's what you want. You want the soldier to be coached back into good health and looked after. And if we have these triggers in place early in the piece, especially in Kapooga where they're just learning it, then you have an option of saying, well, listen, this potentially is bad. We're going to fix you. You might even be back-coursed. And I know Tom was terrified of being back-coursed. Everyone was. It was like, that's a sentence. Don't go back-coursed. It's terrible. But if you say, well, look, you're going to be back-coursed, but don't worry about that, because in the meantime, we're going to fix this, and you're going to be coached with this, that, and the other thing. We're going to look after you. And then it goes on report. It's actually in writing. So there is a trail that follows him all the way. And then he goes to Singleton and he hurts himself again. So that's matched up. He's hurt himself down here, he's hurt himself here. That's fine, we've got him better again. Now he's going to go off to Darwin. And by the time he marches into Darwin, he has a record of everything that's happened to him, everything that he's been treated for. The problem we found was no one knew he was injured. So that system has to be improved. It has to be reportable. And it don't make it sound like a punishment. We're looking after you. We've spent a lot of money on your training, spent a lot of money putting you here. So we want to get you better as fast as we can. And if it was looked at like that, if the soldiers saw it like that, then they'd be far more tempted to say, listen, I have hurt myself. Or maybe you should sit that out for a couple of days.
Well, that's one of the things that leapt out to me was the upskilling while injured. And that's your hope to change the punitive culture, isn't it?
Absolutely. If someone's injured, that's the time that you take them aside and you reassure them, listen, we can see you're hurt and we understand what that entails. In the meantime, there's a whole series of things that we can do with you. So by the time that you do get them better, they've walked back onto the base with more skills and you've actually enhanced what they can do. It's very important that they know that they are appreciated, because otherwise it's perceived as I get punished because I'm sick.
And another one of your recommendations concerns mentoring for new recruits.
Yes, well, that was brought to me by a friend who has dealt with a lot of mentors, and it's incredibly successful. It's been brought through medical practice in New South Wales, I think it started. But having somebody, historically, it used to be the sergeant, had been there for a long time and would mother a lot of the problems that would go on amongst the troops. A lot of these people that are in charge of the troops move on quickly. And another problem is that it could be that person that you're having the problem with. So if you have somebody who is, and it may be just, someone rings up and says, look, I've messed up. I don't know what to do. Who do I take that to? I need to tell somebody. It could be bullying. It could be some form of sexual intimidation that's happened on whatever, but somewhere that you can take it that is not actually going to bark at you, listen to you, and then tell you where to deal with that problem. So a mentor could be someone that's retired, someone that's in the forces. We've dealt with a group called Swiss 8 that deal with a lot of the problems with soldiers. Most of those guys are vets and they know what they're talking about and they've seen service. And we were amazed at how quickly they said, yeah, I'd do it. I'd happily take a phone call from someone that's having a problem, and especially if they know. Imagine if Tom could ring that person and say, I've really hurt my back and I have no idea what to do.
Because the idea around that is sort of creating a safe space for that person to actually talk.
Yes. Yes, exactly right. So, if we don't try something new, nothing will change.
The final recommendation that I'd like to focus on is just the one you make about Darwin and isolated bases. What would you like to say about that?
Yeah, it's something that came up a few times, and we were surprised. Darwin is a really beautiful destination. It's a wonderful place to visit. And if you're living up here, working, and you've got family, it's a great life. But what we realised is that a lot of Tom's friends were first time out of home, and first place they ever lived was Darwin, and the only friends they ever had were soldiers. And it is very isolated up here, and we felt that. We felt that we couldn't it wasn't just as simple as going to Sydney, Melbourne, or anywhere else. Coming to Darwin you've got to think it through, because there's not many flights. Coming up to see him, he had to have the time, and we actually did feel quite isolated from him. And we found out subsequently that a lot of the boys have said the same thing. I don't see my parents much, don't see the family much. That isolation is very real, and especially if you've got somebody who's got problems. If it goes on for a long time without talking to them, that isolation could become deadly.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions for you, but before I ask the commissioners whether they have any, is there anything else that either of you would like to say here this morning?
No, I think we've covered it.
Commissioners?
Thank you. Commissioner Brown?
Thank you. I just wanted to ask about, following on from that discussion about family participation, which I think, you know, is a very key point. Did you have any contact from the time that Tom actually arrived in Darwin, from the army I'm talking about, not from Tom, obviously?
No,
No, I don't believe we did.
no.
So there was, so Tom had been here about 6 months by the time he passed?
No, he'd been here about 18 months.
18 months.
18 months
Yeah.
in
Yes.
Darwin.
Yes.
And we'd
you-
seen him once.
You'd seen him once and you'd had no contact.
No, Defence had not contacted us. He had come down to Gold Coast twice. We had been up here once
Yep.
to see him, but we hadn't seen the base. No contact from Defence.
And that clearly means that when Tom was struggling, when he had the disciplinary actions, when he had reduced duties, there was no contact.
No contact.
No.
Thank you. And could I also then just clarify on a second point? You spoke about there was no psychological kind of response when there were the disciplinary actions for the drinking. In terms of the inquiries you've made since then, is it your understanding that there is a policy that there should be some kind of inquiry, or?
Yeah, I was told that it's very robust. You know, if someone gets caught like that, you're not just canned. You know, they take care of the troops, and so if someone is doing that, there's got to be a reason, and it normally does click over to a psych evaluation, and that's when they say, that's when you get their moment to say, why are you doing this?
So, any understanding why it didn't happen in Tom's case?
No, not really. We think sometimes keeping people out of trouble. You know, he was a popular guy. Better that he wasn't in trouble than being in trouble. And, you know, sometimes it just doesn't go that way. Had he been in trouble, it might have been better for him. He was punished, but he wasn't in trouble, so to speak. Not enough to bring a response.
Yeah, nobody asked the question,
No.
what's going on here? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioner Douglas?
Thank you very much for your evidence in what I realise are very trying circumstances. We've heard some information from Canada recently which sounds a little bit like your idea of a mentoring program. They call it the Sentinel system there, where about 10% of their military receive special training, not extensive, in, I suppose, recognising the symptoms of psychological distress and seeking to intervene to help people who might be suffering that way, which perhaps would go some way towards what you're talking about as a mentor program. Do you have any comment on that?
Absolutely. We've got to try something different. And one thing that we kept hearing all the time was, no one saw it coming. Nobody saw it coming. There were signs, but no one saw it coming. And so the question arises, had he had an app on his phone, or if there was a point where he could have made contact with someone else, would that have made a difference? Well, it could have.
We're told by the Army here that there are similar sorts of programs available here and similar training done. But it may well be the case that your son did not portray signs to others that suggested he was suffering as much as he was.
Actually, you know, the thing was, I don't think he knew a lot of the things that were available to him. What's come up in discussion a lot is there's so much stuff that the Army and Navy and the Air Force have done for their troops. I just don't think it's gotten down to the grassroots that there is so much help available.
From recollection in your statement, you mentioned, I think, that you encouraged him to consult the chaplain at some stage.
Yes.
Do you know whether that ever happened?
We do know that happened. Yeah, he came to me and the family and said, look, I might be in a bit of strife here, what do you think? And I said to him, listen, if you go to the chaplain's going to give you the best options, I'm sure. But if you don't know who to go to them. And sure enough, he got back after probably 2 or 3 days and said, I took that to him and he sorted it. He took me to someone else. They sat down in front of a few different people. They sorted his problem out. And he came back and he was really reassured by that. I don't know why he didn't go back to the chaplain again, because he saw that worked.
How long before his death did he see the chaplain, do you recall?
It was in Darwin, so 12 months.
Yeah, that would have been 12 months prior. But even the week before, we had said to him to go and speak to the chaplain again, just because he didn't know how to get ahead of this injury and medically what he should be doing, because we obviously felt that there should be a lot more involved with his care. And we'd said, go and speak to the chaplain, because at least there's somebody to talk to. And he had said that he was going to, but obviously he didn't.
And you don't want to tell too many people that you've got a bad injury. You've got to be careful who you tell, because that might have consequences.
I understand that.
Yeah.
We've heard that frequently.
Yep.
Again, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Ms. Vincent, is there anything you want to raise? Thank you. I have no questions, Mr. and Mrs. Halloran. We just want to thank you for your evidence today. I think we can appreciate how difficult it is for you to go through all of that, but it was incredibly helpful for us to hear it. We're very grateful.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Schechter, anything arising?
No, Chair. I just want to say thank you, and I ask that they be released from their summonses.
Yep, you're released from your summons to appear today, and thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If there's no other issues, we'll adjourn for morning tea, returning at past.
All rise. The Royal Commission is adjourned to 11:30 a.m. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veterans Suicide is resumed. Please be seated.
Good morning, Mr. Connor. Good morning, Mr. Connor.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioners, the Royal Commission will now hear from Dr. Mary Frost, Dr. David Mitchell and Dr. David Moorcroft. Dr. Mary Frost has been a practicing psychiatrist in the Northern Territory since 2001 and has a long experience in seeing defence members and veterans. Dr. David Mitchell has recently been appointed as the Chief Psychiatrist of the Northern Territory. That was last Monday that occurred. Dr. Mitchell has had an extensive experience in the military and spent some years in the Northern Territory now. Dr. David Moorcroft is a highly experienced psychologist. He's been practicing in the Northern Territory since about 1994 or 5 or so, and has seen many defence members and veterans. Might I call the witnesses, Commissioner?
David Moorcroft, do you solemnly declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Dr. Mary Frost, do you solemnly declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Associate Professor David Mitchell, do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Operator, would you please display the Mental Health Service Delivery Panel Tender Bundle, please? Commissioners, there are 14 items on that tender bundle. Commissioners, you'll see item 3 is a statement by Dr. Mary Frost. Item 6, a statement by Dr. David Moorcroft. And item 9, a statement of Associate Professor Dr. David Mitchell. I tender those documents.
Thank you, Mr. Connor. Thank you, Mr. Connor. They're accepted and allocated the next lot of consecutive numbers. Thank you.
Operator, would you please display MFR.quadruple0.0001.0012? Now, Commissioners, this is the first page of Dr. Mary Frost's report. And Dr. Frost will shortly go through your background. When did you train as a psychiatrist?
I trained in Adelaide and finished my training in 1994.
And when did you move to the Northern Territory?
I moved to the Territory first in the mid-80s and then I returned in 2001.
And as a consultant psychiatrist?
That's correct.
And have you seen veterans and defence members during your period here in the Northern Territory in Darwin?
Yes, in recent years I've specialised virtually entirely in the treatment of defence members and veterans.
Now, you spent some time first in 1994 working at the Repatriation Hospital at Door Park in Adelaide, where you worked for 4 years.
That's correct.
Or 5 years rather. Just tell us a little bit about that period.
At that time, the majority of the people that I saw were veterans, as well as a few younger members recently discharged from the military. And that was an important part of my development because although I'd had some contact with the military, my then husband had been a serving member of the Royal Australian Navy, I'd had very little to do with DVA. So that was a very important part of the evolution of my own interest.
Now, you've also part of the colleges Royal Australian College of Psychiatrists, Military Veterans and Emergency Services Personnel Mental Health Network Committee.
I'm glad you said that. It's quite a tongue twister.
Now, and you've also done some work here, your presentation 5 years ago to the Northern Territory Veteran Affairs Ministerial Advisory Council.
Yes, I was asked to do that because of my extensive experience with military and veteran members in the Northern Territory.
I'll very quickly go through some points here from Dr. Mary Frost's statement. Now, questions 4 and 13, Dr. Frost, in response to those questions, Dr. Frost speaks of her interactions with open arms. That's particularly in paragraphs 19 to 23. And then also in response to question 13, and that's on pages 34 to 37 of the statement. Now, in response to question 5, Dr. Frost explains her involvement with defence over a time in a career as a psychiatrist. Dr. Frost there speaks of some challenging administrative processes that she's experienced in connection with arranging mental health services through Bupa. Dr. Frost returns to that again in paragraph 104. In response to question 6, Dr. Frost speaks of the differences in presentation between, perhaps on the one hand, the veterans and defence members and the population generally. Question 7, in that response, contains some interesting material. Dr. Frost there gives in paragraph 34 to 36 a powerful explanation of the learnings from her deep experience concerning young defence members and how they experience things, and then turns to speak of older veterans in paragraphs 37 to 40. Obviously and plainly, systemic risk factors for suicide are very, very significant in this Royal Commission. Dr. Frost addresses that in response to question 8. Dr. Frost there speaks of the significance of encouraging the brave warrior to develop or to reveal their vulnerability. Dr. Frost gives it the label of appropriate self-disclosure. Question 9, Dr. Frost comes to speak of the common characteristics amongst applicants and speaks a little bit there of impulsivity and distractibility. Then in question 10, Dr. Frost turns to speak of the characteristics of military and service life, including those that might have a detrimental effect on the mental health and well-being of defence members and ultimately veterans. Defence members are, of course, come here often after their initial employment training. Dr. Frost addresses this in question 11. Now, in question 12, this concerns an overview of the presentation of mental health care to defence members and veterans. Question 14, and in response to question 12, there's some very important matters that Dr. Frost addresses. Question 14, how does one achieve here in the Northern Territory effective mental health care for defence and veteran populations? Now, in questions 15 and 16, we've often heard of the significance of military cultural competence. In question 15, Dr. Frost speaks of the importance of it, and then in response to question 16, of how it might best be achieved, of getting the practitioners to have military cultural competence. And then question 17, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people are addressed. Operator, please display DMT.quadruple0.001.0020. Now, Commissioners, Dr. Mitchell has included a table of contents, and you'll see that Dr. Mitchell has set out there some topics that he addresses. And it's a very valuable presentation by Dr. Mitchell. Now, Dr. Mitchell, might you describe your background shortly, and including perhaps when you started medicine, how you came into, in your third or fourth year of medicine, joined the Royal Australian Navy, and how you've ultimately become a psychiatrist, and last week the Chief Psychiatrist of the Northern Territory. Do you mind speaking to that for a minute?
My experience as a military officer and a medical officer is fairly broad and has occurred over many years and indeed decades. I first entered medical school in 1995, where I studied at Monash University, and I commissioned as an undergraduate in 1998 with the Royal Australian Air Force. I completed my internship in 2000. In 2003, I underwent officer training at Officer Training School Point Cook, course 203 in Victoria, before posting to Darwin as a senior medical officer at RAF Base Health Services 321. I reached the rank of squadron leader. I had a fairly active career, including a number of deployments to Timor-Leste twice, the Israel-Hezbollah war in Lebanon, the Bali bombings in 2005. I left the service in 2007 at the rank of a squadron leader, and then took up a career in general practice where I worked remotely and rurally. I continue to have some contact with veterans in that role. I then started psychiatry training in 2011 at the Cairns Base Hospital, where I completed my basic psychiatry training and then my advanced training in 2014 to 2016, where I spent 12 months at the Psychological Trauma and Recovery Service working directly in the DVA-funded service. On completing my psychiatry training, I ran a number of public emergency psychiatry services at the Austin. The Austin is traditionally a repatriation hospital, and I had relationships with the local military service base there, which was Simpson Barracks. I should also add, I was a civilian health practitioner during my training for 2 years, 2014 to 2016. I've continued to treat veterans and serving members in my private practice in Melbourne, and having come to Darwin in 2020 in my role as the GP liaison psychiatrist, I've continued to have actually some interaction, particularly with veterans.
Operator, might you please display the next page? Commissioners, you will see that Dr. Mitchell has some recommendations, and that's addressed in topic 7, and we'll come to that later in the piece. Operator, please display DMR.000.001.007. Now, Mr. Moorcroft, would you tell us when you first came to the Territory and in a brief story, what's happened since, particularly in connection with your seeing defence members and veterans?
Well, I first came to the Territory to take up a job in the public mental health service in the adult team, working in the top-end mental health services it became.
Is that close enough to you, the microphone there?
So I took up the position and thereafter also had the position of principal psychologist for the Northern Territory. So that was a departmental-wide role, but most of the actual work was working for the adult team. So I worked for General Mental Health Services for 10 years. And toward the end of that period, I became involved in part-time private practice. And toward the end of my time in Thames, I became involved in some service provision for Vietnam Veterans Counselling Service at that point. And that was my first introduction to working with veterans. I subsequently left the public service and started a combination of private practice and lecturing at CDU, and fairly quickly became very interested in working with veterans. I started doing the contract work with VVCS, but then moved into a direct relationship with Defence, working with the health centres. And since then, Defence's ADF members, either serving or ex-serving, has become, over the years, basically almost in my entire clinical practice over the last 18 years.
Now, you've had collectively, I think, 18 years' experience of working with members from all services of the Australian Defence Force.
Correct.
And with veterans as well.
Yes.
Now, Mr. Moorcroft addresses 13 questions in his statement. Operator, please display .0020 and paragraph 6.18, please, of Mr. Moorcroft's statement. I'll read the number out, DMR.000.001.007. Thank you, operator. Sorry, not... And if you display paragraphs, sorry, you're in Dr. Mitchell's statement, I think, not in Dr. Moorcroft's, and I'll read that number out of, again, DMR.000. And operator, would you mind coming through to paragraphs, or page .0022 and to paragraph 6.18. If you display paragraph 6.18, please. Now, what are you saying here, Mr. Moorcroft?
I guess over the years I've noticed across the board, certainly there's a percentage of presentations which relate to the manner in which members are managed. And there's, over the years, I've noticed a relative difference in the frequency with which that is part of the presentation. And what I've observed, and it's been reasonably consistent, although it has changed a bit, is the members of the RAAF seem to present with the least frequency where the chain of command, if you like, are part of the presenting problem. The Navy members, I would think, estimate around about 50% of the presenting problems, of the members present with problems related to the way they're managed. And the majority of, in my experience, of members of the Army present with aspects of their management which are part of the presenting problem.
And that's the majority of the Army
Correct.
presentations. And these are many, many presentations that you've had.
I've probably seen more, I've certainly seen more Army personnel than any others.
Thank you. Now, there are important paragraphs and statements within Mr. Moorcroft's document, as there are in each of the other statements. Things such as pace of change at paragraph 6.19, ADF values about alcohol use at paragraph 623, posting cycles in the response to question 7, the expanding nature or scope of operational capacity, getting into domestic matters in response to question 7, and then paragraphs 8.6 and 8.7 concerning the significance of the role of the chain of command and the variability in the chain of command. And we've just heard from Mr. Moorcroft about the nature of the presentations, and in the Army context, the high level of perhaps complaints about chain of command being a reason, a precipitating factor for the presentation. Have I got that right, Mr. Moorcroft? Yeah. Before we move on, any thoughts, Dr. Frost, on this territory?
Mr. Moorcroft and I collaborate very closely. We share a lot of serving members and veterans, and meet fairly regularly to discuss our clinical concerns and to look at ways forward for people. And I would agree entirely. Mr. Moorcroft is a very experienced and very astute psychologist with a particular interest and training in trauma, who has achieved extraordinary results with many of the clients that he treats. And to hear his observations reminds me that that would reflect what I have observed over the years but did not articulate.
Thank you. If anyone wishes to make any observation at any point, please don't hesitate to make the observation. So we might move on if it's convenient to, and we'll speak of these, Commissioner, as 8 key elements for achieving effective mental health care for serving members and their families, and also veterans and their families. If I might just go through the 8 key elements that emerge from the statements of the witnesses today. If I go to the first one, timely access to appropriate care, including care provided with military cultural competence. The next one, 2, continuity of care without delays and without gaps in the provision of that care. The third, effective information exchange between care providers. A related one, number 4, care coordination between and amongst service providers. 5, a very important one, proper and appropriate risk assessment and management. 6, connected, responding appropriately to deteriorating mental health states, including suicidality. 7 and 8 concern families. 7 concerns families and significant others of defence member and veterans who are experiencing mental distress. 8 is the family members themselves who may be experiencing their own mental distress. Now, we'll proceed, if we may, through each of these, what we've called key elements, 8 key elements. We'll first speak, the witnesses will first speak in the context of defence members and their families, and then to the extent that it differs, the circumstances differ in relation to veterans and their families. As you will appreciate, Commissioners, there are many defence members and families in the Northern Territory, some, or perhaps many, living remotely. There's also many veterans and their families living here in the Northern Territory. When one comes to look at the numbers, they form a substantial part of the population. Now, Dr. Frost speaks in paragraphs 105 and 108 of the high proportion. It's not a recent review, but Dr. Frost was speaking there about 10% or so of the then population of Darwin. So 150,000, so 15,000 defence and veterans and their families living in Darwin.
At the time, that was the best estimate I could find.
So it's a significant place, and it's a significant proportion. Now, might we first start with key element 1, as it were, timely access to appropriate care, including care provided with military cultural competency. Perhaps Associate Professor Mitchell, Dr. Mitchell, might you speak to that a little bit?
Thank you. I'd first point out that I would think of these as 2 separate elements. There's timely and appropriate care, and then there's the underlay of cultural appropriateness. So timely care comes down to some of the old adages in medicine. They often talk about the 3 A's of medicine: affordability, affability and availability. If you think about the first one, services to ADF members is affordable. They're not paying for this. But is it available? Do we have adequate resources? And that comes down to, do we have robust systems? Do we have adequate psychiatrists? Do we have adequate psychologists? Do we have adequate allied health? Do we have adequate liaison between the different stakeholders? And when we don't have adequate services, what do we do? And my statement has spoke to this many times in terms of introducing new and innovative ways to help ADF members. Do we need a pool of telepsychiatry options? Do we need hybrid models? Do we need better liaison between the ADF and the services that exist in the NT? And building on that with veterans, I think the same principles apply. We have a large nexus of different services in the Territory that aren't well married together. How do we get them better in coordination? And I've spoken at length about, a higher level memorandum of understanding to address some of these issues. I'm aware of time, so I want to keep my answer limited. But the second aspect, and I think this underpins a lot of things, and it may be seen as a relatively low-hanging fruit. It seems to have been spoken to in the Commission many times as this idea of cultural competency. You need to understand and walk in the shoes of a veteran or an ADF member to some extent to be able to understand their predicament, their context, to understand their language, to understand their vernacular, to understand the rec system, to understand the great tradition that exists within the military. And if you don't take steps to do that, then rapport is eroded. You cannot engage with the military member or the veteran.
Now, Commissioners, this matter of the ADF perhaps improving on and where necessary introducing flexible hybrid models of service delivery is then elaborated upon by Dr. Mitchell in paragraph 114 of his statement, and we'll come to that later. Now,
if I could just add to what David was saying, not only is it sometimes you don't understand the context of the member, but sometimes unwittingly and unintended you can have negative consequences for someone's career by a decision that if you had that knowledge, you might be more, take more time to make a diagnosis, look at more, because sometimes if you don't know the system, you don't know the consequences of what you're going to write in the report and how that's going to be responded to by the system.
You all regard military cultural competency on the part of the practitioner who's engaging with the veteran and defence member as being a fundamental and critical matter.
Yep. It poses a risk to the client if you're not aware in that way.
Now, Commissioners, Dr. Frost, in her response to question 17, explains in good detail the importance of cultural competency. And then in question 16, how might it be achieved? And we'll come to that in due course.
Perhaps if I could elaborate. In my own case, I feel that my understanding of military cultural competency has been self-driven, self-funded, and self-kind of directed. So recently I've retired from clinical practice. I'm continuing to work as a psychiatrist, but I'm no longer seeing serving members or veterans. And I have a junior colleague who's taken over the care of many of my clients, my patients. And I have really taken on inducting him, his cultural competency, by giving him supervision, sometimes 1 to 2 hours a day in the early stages when he was really quite new, the new kid on the block. But I've done that off my own bat. I've not done it with any acknowledgement by Defence that without this kind of liaison and training, that his usefulness as a practitioner would be really undervalued. It would be really weakened. So I think it's something, if you're a serving member, it's inculcated, it's part of the kind of doctrine that you're raised with. But if you're a civilian like I am, and admittedly I have had exposure to Defence in the past, but when I became a psychiatrist and started seeing Defence members, it really was me driving this process. And I think that's a significant oversight in the delivery of nuanced mental health services to this very vulnerable population.
On the topic of timely access, being one aspect of this first key element, do either of Dr. Frost or Mr. Moorcroft wish to say anything in addition to what about the significance of that?
I'm happy, David. I think timely access is really important in this setting, not just because of the vulnerability, and obviously this whole commission is around that vulnerability, but also if I allocate appointments based on usual clinical standards of my training, many of the requests I would have for urgency would go to the bottom of the pile because they're not clinically urgent, they're administratively urgent. But if I deny that timely access, it can mean that somebody is not allowed to go overseas on a deployment, is not allowed to go on a promotion course, is prevented from going outfield, and so it can impact quite adversely on their structure, their morale, and in turn lead to problems of mental health deterioration. So understanding the timeliness as being an integral part of what, as a civilian practitioner, you have to offer is to my mind, a critical part of the success of working within this environment.
Mr. Moorcroft.
I completely agree with previous speakers. I guess that the timely access is an interesting concept more broadly because I think one of the biggest delays is that comes from the members' reluctance to raise their hand and say that they've got a problem. But in terms of when they do that, then, which is difficult enough in itself, when they do that, any appreciable delay in accessing service can be a problem. And I totally agree with Mary that sometimes the priority that is given to the referral has not a one-to-one relationship with the clinical severity. So one of the big problems that I have is with actually communicating once a client's even been referred, is that whole process is really quite clunky, particularly early communication with the medical officer. And so there may be time and access in a referral, but the access to appropriate consultation and liaison early on, possibly even before you see the member, just saying, oh, this is a bit concerning, that's quite difficult. So there may be access to the system, but the information that would assist the quality of that initial presentation is often lacking.
Now, might we turn to the next key element that we spoke about, that's the idea of continuity of care without delays and gaps in it. Now, Dr. Mitchell, would you mind speaking to that first?
I'm more than happy to speak to it. The first thing I'd contextualise is I left the military in 2007, so there's some nuances and changes that may have taken place that I'm not aware of. But speaking in my reflections of having been a serving member, we can first address the gaps and continuity of care that exist within a serving member. So a serving member needs to post every 2 to 3 years to a new location. They may be interrupted by exercises and deployments. And that has an incredible amount of disruption to a person's ongoing health needs. It needs to be transitioned from one health service, maybe on one side of the country, to another. And how do you adequately allow for good liaison and integration into the new services in the two locations? You're also straddling a whole bunch of services that aren't embedded, so private psychologists, private psychology, allied health. And that's a very difficult proposition. I don't seek to distill it into an easy answer. But the second part of it, which I think is critical, and that's identified in things such as the suicide prevention strategic framework that you've referred to as well, in that the real risk is a transition of serving members into becoming veterans, leaving the Defence Force, whether this is for a mental health issue or otherwise. There's loss of identity, there's loss of income, there's loss of sense of self in the world in adjusting to that civilian relationship or civilian identity, and that's a really critical time. And we need to be really careful and really considered in how we transition the member. And in a practical sense, that's a lot of things, like how do you ensure the person has adequate access to a GP in the location they're going to be living? It might be another state. how do they have access to the same resources such as a psychologist and psychiatrist? Members within the military access services through Garrison Health Solutions, through the Bupa contract. I've been a psychiatrist receiving those services, or I've provided those services, so to speak, or in the case of a veteran, legislated non-liability cover. So they're different funding pools, and the practitioner that receives them may accept one but not the other. So there are a nexus of potential issues for a member in that transition, and I'd really stress that continuity has to be really addressed in that context and in that setting.
Dr. Frost, do you want to?
Yeah, I would endorse everything that Dr. Mitchell has said. That time of transition from ADF to DVA is, in my mind, one of the most vulnerable for defence members. I can't think of a time that is actually even more vulnerable than that. And the real issue, to my mind, appears to be that as people are leaving defence, they're told, don't worry about your future care, DVA will take care of that. And as I'm sure the Commission has heard, DVA have not been particularly adept at providing that care in a timely manner, leaving for, in my case, people with significant psychiatric illness whose agency, whose drive, whose motivation is compromised by psychiatric illness, having to fight. And sometimes they contact me, even though I'm no longer seeing them, because they can't yet get a psychiatrist. I've written a letter to a future colleague, but there's no access to that colleague, so then they appeal to me to actually assist them through that phase. And this is where the very bureaucratic nature of DVA becomes so problematic, because you've got, for example, a young man who's newly moved interstate, trying to establish a relationship with local communities, enrol children in local schools, who then has an appointment, and DVA say, oh, you have to get yourself to that appointment. In the particular case I'm thinking about, the young man lives in northwestern Tasmania. The only military psychiatrist that sees veterans is in Hobart. So I found out recently from that he'd driven down 4 hours, went to an hour's appointment and drove back for 4 hours, even though I'd written and said he needed support with accommodation and travelling allowance. But because there was no support for accommodation and he had so many other social pressures on him, he just took himself in his car and drove. And that fills me with fear, because I think that that's a very vulnerable individual meeting a new treating health professional in the worst, not the best of circumstances.
You've got ideas about how this systems might be improved. We'll come to those later. Now, Dr. Mitchell, any further thoughts in this area? Perhaps also in connection with veterans as well and their families.
I mean, certainly, if you read my statement, which you have, there are a number of recommendations that speak to this. And one of the things I've spoken about, and it leads on to the next question, is memorandums of understanding, like a higher level agreement between Defence and the stakeholders locally in Darwin, if we're speaking about Darwin, and how they handle information sharing. I think the other thing that I've mentioned there would be the role of a complex care coordinator, somebody that is paid specifically to take carriage and charge of that responsibility. And once again, contextualising to my experience of leaving in 2007, there was a very generic way you left the military. There was somebody that appointed to look at basic things. So what I found was, when I was leaving the military, I was told, you're not really much of an issue because you're a doctor, and our end result is to get you in paid employment, and of course you're going to find paid employment. So it felt very, I wouldn't want to say one-dimensional, but it was fairly superficial and simplistic, that transition. There needs to be a more nuanced, considered way of doing that, and certainly employing persons in charge and in carriage of that would be highly advisable if it's not already been done.
Could I just add something? I agree with everything that's been said by previous speakers. I think just underlying the transition that is very variable. Some members transition to discharge and they have been very proactive all the way along, and they have a very different pathway. Other members are transitioning because of some acute medical, be it physical or psychological problems, which is causing a premature end of their career. And so the impact of discharge is very individual. And the problem arises is that if people are discharging from Darwin, then they generally are not going to be living here. So they will be discharging to another location. And so it really is about how to do the transfer of care arrangements. And there is very little support that I understand is available for that. I mean, I know that Dr. Frost and myself have developed a practice of creating a transfer of care report, which, you know, we not only give to the military as a last report, but we give a copy to the client and saying, this is your letter of introduction to your health professionals, and, you know, hopefully you'll find a psychiatrist, hopefully you'll find a psychologist. Maybe DVA will help you, maybe not, but this gives you a bit of agency in the whole process. I've decided to see clients that transition locally to provide that continuity of care. But that's something that I think is really important, just to safeguard that client, because often I'm still involved in some fairly active therapy. Sometimes that therapy doesn't actually really hit its peak until after discharge. So every case is different, but that period is a period of vulnerability, and it often involves a discontinuity in the health practice because of people posting out.
Now, on this, the problem of some discontinuity, that of course, or it will have an impact, won't it, on individuals? What kind of impact might it have on these individuals?
Well, I mean, if someone is engaged, I mean, my area of work is often in the treatment of post-traumatic stress disorder, often in combination with other things. But the factors that relate to PTSD relate to most of the other mental health problems as well. You know, the problem is if you're engaged with someone doing that level of work, if someone has an acute psychological disturbance, then, you know, they've really let you into the most vulnerable part of life. And if you're engaged in some therapy, then you really got to consider, well, do I really do the evidence-based treatment for this person with PTSD, or is it better for them to do that in the location of longer-term residence? So often, even though there is some really acute trauma-focused CBT indicated, it's not appropriate to do that and then they discharge to some unknown place with unknown support. So often what I'll do, will be time, can we get through this before you relocate, or is it better to actually leave and try to organise some appropriate treatment in location where they're going to be? And it depends where they're going to move to. So it's a really complex jigsaw, which the veteran is not well, so it's very difficult for them to navigate all of these things without without support, and they're about to lose the support that they've had locally.
If I can add just a little bit more to that, I think the other component is that in this setting of being recently discharged, trying to understand how DVA works, to also ensure that you have access to appropriate financial benefits. The language of the forms are real. I mean, I get a headache reading them, and I'm highly educated. And I think of many of my my veteran clients who maybe have Year 10 education, and when I have become frustrated with DVA because I'm sent a form that I've already filled out and told I have to fill it out again, but I'm not going to be paid for it because it was my mistake when I've done it, and I can show them I've done it, and I'm starting to get irate, I just remind myself, I'm not depressed, I'm not anxious, I'm not suffering PTSD, I'm not avoidant of every noise, sound, sight that's unfamiliar, I'm not navigating a new system, I'm sitting comfortably in my office, I don't suffer physical pain, and yet, my frustration can be quite dysregulating for me and impact on my function.
Might we turn to the next two key elements, 3 and 4? We might do them together, as it were. 3, effective information exchange between care providers, and 4, care coordination between and amongst service providers. Now, Dr. Mitchell, would you like to speak to those topics?
Of course. And I may be as bold as to suggest that points 3, 4 and 5 effectively encompass that question, which is effective information exchange, care coordination between service providers, and effective and timely communication between service providers. Essentially, I've spoken to this in recommendation 3 of my statement, which I'll elaborate to the Commission. I think significant improvements would be made in respects to how the various stakeholders, if we're talking about the Northern Territory, work together, and that's the private and public psychiatry services, Open Arms, the support services such as Mates for Mates, Shoulder On, the ADF Centre for Mental Health, and the military, and all stakeholders would work better if we had a high-level agreement such as a Memorandum of Understanding. And the specifics of the Memorandum of Understanding need to be better formulated, but the key things I would be looking for and be suggesting is there needs to be a Memorandum of Understanding for information sharing, that there's clarity between these different systems that all have different ways of recording their information and different governance and quality policies on sharing. It is somewhat of a nidus of different information portals that are not easily accessed, even if you're the most highest functioning person in the Territory. Even if you're the chief psychiatrist, you can't access these things. The other aspect of it is clear collaboration. And some of the pragmatic things that I was suggesting is there needs to be complex care coordination meetings, meetings between the top-end mental health service at Royal Darwin and the ADF Centre for Mental Health and their psychiatrists, and whatever the relevant stakeholders are, such as Open Arms and other support services. The other aspect of it that I think is really important in terms of timely and coordinated care is that liaison. And we've done it in informal measures. I can think of really great initiatives such as going with Ruling Veterans and the Darwin Private Hospital and Mates for Mates and Shoulder On down to the beach and going fishing. But that's a very informal thing. It's just a get to know you and putting a face to a name. We need this to be formalised. It needs to be in a robust way. Last point I would make, and to use a militarism, it's a little bit like a standard operating procedure. The document has to exist above the individual. Individuals come and go in transient services. Individuals as highly skilled as Mary and David, who are here as my esteemed colleagues, will eventually need to retire, and we lose those really important resources in the Territory. And if we don't have models that are robust and stand up against the changing nature of people, we struggle to address these issues. I cannot stress it enough. It's probably one of the most pertinent points I can make today.
Any comments, Dr. Frost?
Yeah, I think the unique nature of the Northern Territory needs to be taken into account as we're hearing of these difficulties. These are systemic difficulties, I imagine, in every state, but we're a very small population, and the kind of specialised resources that military members and veterans need are very hard to find in a remote locality which is already stretched. I think the other component of that, it's worthwhile remembering that 25% of the Northern Territory population are Indigenous with particularly complex health needs, including mental health needs, significant comorbidities. We have government-initiated programs like Closing the Gap in recognition of those difficulties. So we're a remote locality with few specialist resources. Those that are here are already strained by the demands of the broader population. And then you add to that a population that, honestly, doctors, myself included, until I began to work more in this area, thought were healthy, fit young men. And I realise they're no longer just young men, they're young men and women, but there is a kind of, oh, they'll be fine, that we as doctors don't really need to worry about them. I know, for example, when some of my acutely suicidal patients have been assessed at Royal Darwin Hospital, possibly by a member of David's acute team, then they're just discharged back to the ward on Robertson Barracks, Menunda ward, and there is no effort made to liaise with me as their treating psychiatrist or possibly as their future treating psychiatrist, because for many years I was the only psychiatrist doing this work in Darwin. And so those lack of communications, that lack of continuity, that lack of coordination is really impacting adversely on the outcomes for people. And I think also means that we as David and I, as practitioners, spend an awful lot of time trying to create systems. And we've got a good personal system, but I'm retiring and I can't assume that my colleague will take on in the collaborative way that I have. So then there's that risk of the loss of knowledge, the loss of sort of corporate history. And I think this siloing of services is a really difficult thing nationwide, but really exemplified in the Northern Territory.
Mr Moorcroft, any observations on this?
No, I agree with the previous members. I don't think I've got anything more to add.
Might we turn to proper next two topics really, topic 5, proper and appropriate risk assessment and management, and then this topic 6, responding appropriately to deteriorating mental health states, including suicidality. Dr. Frost, would you like to speak to that?
Yeah, thank you. Risk assessment is often done on base by psychologists and mental health practitioners within the military setting. And then if risk is seen to be high, then often they're referred urgently to me as a psychiatrist or to David as a psychologist. And the risk assessment tools are valuable, but sometimes don't pick up on the incredible isolation that some of particularly the younger members have. And so somebody will score highly on they've had suicidal thoughts, they have access to means. I mean, who in defence doesn't have access to means to suicide? But then the fact that the member is living, say, on base and is now starting to hide from their peers, they're no longer at work, they're shamed by their own, they're shamed and humiliated by their own mental health distress. And as I'm not sure whether we are going on to talk about, there is a whole lot of cultural considerations within units around labelling of people who are no longer coping well as being a malingerer, or the linger culture as it's known in the vernacular. And sometimes those nuances are hard to detect through just a tick box completion of risk assessment. And I've met some young people for whom I've had really serious concerns, and they've been assessed as sort of low, moderate, changeable risk rather than the high risk that I think they deserve. And then just the sheer difficulty of accommodating people when you're already working at reasonably full capacity, and where my waiting list is often 3, 4, 5 months ahead.
Mr Moorcroft, any on this area of your proper assessment and appropriate assessment?
I mean, I think that, you know, it depends who you compare it to. So, I mean, I think that the potential for members who are struggling, for those struggles to be noticed, is much higher, much more likely than your average civilian, because there is so much scrutiny of performance, and there is so much scrutiny of how the members are interacting. There are so many expectations that are monitored. So compared to the average civilian, the point of detection is probably much higher. In some ways, it's the action that's then taken in response to and the interpretation of the warning signs. So as Mary's saying, I mean, it may not be interpreted as a sign of the person struggling with some difficult things. It might be taken as a sign of, you know, harden up, princess, you know, you're a linger, you know, and so that's, you know, not going to drive the member to self-disclose any of the issues that they're facing. So in many ways, there is a lot of infrastructure there that is available to detect and to identify problems. It's the readiness of the system, it's the readiness of the member to admit to that, given the profile of risk that that involves. And then it's also about the vagaries of the particular welfare network that that member happens to be involved in. And this, it varies enormously from incredibly useful chains of command who really care for their members to the opposite. You know, and so in the end, it's a very variable, patchy kind of situation in terms of identification of risk factors. And there's variables in all of the relevant involved parties.
And the opposite that you spoke of there, chain of command. Do you mind speaking to that for a moment?
Well, I mean, in the end, I mean, the worst case scenario is that the apparent well-intentioned mental health interventions are actually seen as punitive by the member. You know, so, you know, at its most intense, you know, the welfare system within the military, you know, you could be, you know, have a guard standing a metre from you 24/7. You know, you could be in Menunda ward with a guard sitting next to you for days and days and days. Now, in the end, that may be absolutely necessary to prevent acute suicide risk, but it also depends upon how the intention is interpreted by the member. You know, and sometimes this is seen as not helpful. So the potential for intervention is huge. They can literally lock people up, you know, guard them. It really is about what fits the particular member, and that sensitivity and those options, that's what's lacking in the system.
Can I just add one? Can I just add one more thing to that? Some years ago, and I think the fashion has now changed. Anybody that was admitted to Menunda ward suicide, or Menunda ward is the local Robertson Barracks medical ward. Anybody who was admitted to Menunda ward having attempted suicide was interviewed by the military police. And I found that absolutely appalling, that you had somebody vulnerable who was being essentially grilled about their motives, about their intent, about their personal life by somebody with no appreciation of their vulnerability and no training in welfare considerations. And I actually I took it quite high within Robertson Barracks. And this is tri-service because that is the only ward for the 3 services. And I haven't heard in recent years that that was the case, but that's an example of risk being so punitively managed that can really impact on the severity of the outcome.
Dr. Mitchell.
No, I very much value the opinions of Dr. Frost and Mr. Moorcroft. I just thought I'd add a military lens to it, having served in the military and having an awareness of some of the administrative systems, which I think helps colour some of these conversations. And I do speak in my statement to the MECAR system and some of the nuances and difficulties of that. I think, you know, this idea of, let's call it dynamic conservative approach, so risk is escalated very quickly, so the member is sequestered and they may have a 24-hour guard, and these stories really highlight the issue. I think the tension here is in the military with the MEC system, which obviously is about a person's occupational fitness and deployability, with MEC 1 being fully deployable, MEC 2 being deployable with some sort of restriction, 3 rehabilitating, 4 transitioning, and 5 discharge. Within that system, any declaration of a mental health issue, so if we're talking about acute suicidality, is probably going to result in some sort of downgrade of the person's MEC status, which has negative connotations potentially and risks for all sorts of things. And so, you know, I think within this conversation of dynamic risk and how you deal with it and overstretch, you know, I think it's worth noting that, you know, the military is struggling in this very difficult balance between duty of care to the member, which is much, much more extensive than any other employer, and that members' rights, and, you know, in that process unintentionally potentially stigmatising the member and making them more vulnerable. And so I do value, you know, these very colourful narratives that my colleagues are giving, because I think it gives weight to some of those administrative processes that I've spoken about within my statement.
Yes. Now, what about the significant veteran population, their families in the Northern Territory? and proper and appropriate risk assessment and management there, and responding appropriately to deteriorating mental health states.
I'm happy to take that question in the first instance. The veteran group are so diverse. We still have Vietnam veterans in the Northern Territory, and then we have individuals aged 19, 20 who've just been discharged from the military, often medically. And so it's very difficult to find a kind of broad brush to cover all those parameters. But I think the most difficult aspect for veterans is the actual accessing of care. So the promise that they have in the military, don't worry, DVA will take care of it, is not actually met by medical, psychological and allied health resources, in part because of the scarcity of those resources, and in part because of the significant administrative burden that DVA imposes upon anybody treating veterans. And from myself as a medical specialist, the significant, the cost, sorry, I'll say that again, the payment differential between what DVA will pay and what other agencies will pay for private psychiatry. I'm not sure, Mr. Connor, whether now's the right time to talk about the difficulty with me being funded for the administrative component. It doesn't speak...
Just speak to that very shortly.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
So DVA will only fund medical consultations with the with the veteran present in front of you, and yet DVA will send form after form after form that requires to be filled, for which they're not prepared to fund unless the veteran is sitting there. Now, I just don't have the capacity to invite someone back every time they need a form filled. And so then over time I do it pro bono, and then over time, when you do an excess of pro bono work, you become resentful, and then over time you stop doing it and you just refuse. And I find that kind of personally morally repugnant, that I'm no longer able to assist veterans because I can't afford to, because my practice would go under. So I think that's a really significant aspect of the suicidality and accessing care, finding appropriate care with military cultural competency, and then the coordination of that care as Dr. Mitchell has outlined.
Dr. Mitchell, do you want to speak very briefly to the matter?
Yeah, look, I can speak very briefly to it. I mean, I think it has the same wicked problem as any large, generous, federally funded initiative. Like, let's take NDIS or Medibank or MBS. The money's there, but if the money's not drawn down locally and there's not available clinicians to take the money, then there is no service. And I think that that's the big gap that exists here. DVA can be very, very generous. There's money there available, but if we don't have the psychiatrists, we don't have the psychologists, we don't have the private psychiatry inpatient facilities, we don't have the programs, then it doesn't matter how much money you have available unless there's the practitioners to draw down on it. And maybe there's a limited pool in which you get seen, but not as often as you should. The other aspect which you touched on briefly, if I may, was families. And I think that this is an interesting thing. So Open Arms is a DVA-funded service that will see family members. It used to be the Veterans and Veterans Families Counselling Service, but you can't access a psychiatrist. And I think there needs to be serious consideration about the funding model and whether you do indeed introduce additional services to family members. Family members, both of ADF serving members and of veterans, bear the brunt of the military life and the military experience. And the military is in some way responsible for their own social and emotional well-being. And I know that that may seem like a fairly large leap, but I think it's a conversation and a thought process that DVA and the military need to go through. I don't seek to say that this is easy to resolve. It may become a huge funding bubble, but it needs to be seriously considered.
Dr. Frost, you agree with
Yeah, yes, I have nothing further to add, thank you.
now? And that covers both the family members who are dealing or living with a veteran and or a defence member who's in a problematic state, and it also covers the area of the family member themselves suffering some mental distress. Is that right?
I mean, that's right. I mean, I can give you a clear narrative of it. I saw a lady the other week. She'd been married to a Navy member for 20 years. She'd posted from posting to posting. In that process, had lost her identity, had lost any ability to train, had been sort of subjugated to role of mother of 4 kids. When I asked her what services she was getting, she said she had a counsellor at Open Arms. Her husband wasn't coping. What was he getting? Well, he's got that psychologist on base and he sees a private psychiatrist. But she wasn't completely sure because, once again, getting back to this aspect, there's no liaison, but it's a patchwork of services. So you consider that what they had was a family problem. You know, they needed input in terms of their relationships and relationships counselling. They need to be acknowledged that her depression was in part compounded by his depression, and yet they were divided into 2 separate funding pools, essentially, and 2 separate availabilities of services. And to be frank, inequitable services. What the wife was getting was far less potentially than what the serving member was getting.
The other component of that, just to bring it back to suicidality, is the impact on relationships is often itself the trigger for suicide. So that somebody who has been struggling with their mental health, the family have been struggling with their mental health, one partner makes the decision to leave the relationship. That is often the catalyst for the suicide attempt or, sadly, completed suicide.
Yeah, completely agree.
Now, sorry, barriers and particular difficulties that might be unique to the Northern Territory and Darwin. I think you've mentioned quite a number already. Anything further you want to say about that?
Yeah, I would like specifically to speak to members who are located with the RAF at Tyndall Base. So Tyndall is about 350 kilometres south of Darwin. Katherine itself is quite a troubled town. It has high rates of crime. It has very low rates of available accommodation, and there are a number of members who don't want to live on base but find themselves living on base. The problem with living on base is if your partner is already having difficulty at work, then those difficulties, that toxicity, that bullying, harassment, whatever it's called, can spill over the fence, it can spill into the playground, it can spill into the school. And so Katherine itself had no GP services for the best part of 18 months. And so the members were being moderately well served psychologically. I'll happy to talk about my concerns about Open Arms and their services to Katherine and Tyndall in a minute. But what I saw was once the GPs were no longer available, then there was no one to look after the mental health of the families, no one to look after the children and their illnesses. And so many of the members said with considerable scorn and resentment that we were promised family friendly at Tyndall. That's why we took this post. We knew we'd be a long way away from relatives, but we were told that it was a beautiful place to live. There were all these facilities on base, which there are, beautiful base, but then no support for families. And then when COVID hit, Defence wouldn't allow families to travel, even when, for example, a mother was dying interstate and some, those windows where we could just flee and get out and hopefully not have to go into quarantine when we came back. I found for Katherine members that was a very torrid time. There were some suicides during that period at Tyndall. I can't say whether they were related specifically to the COVID considerations, but I think to shift people to a town that is already very volatile, extremely strained in its resources, like no general practice for families, and sell that as being family friendly, I could see from admittedly my bias group. I wasn't meeting the people that might have thought it was family friendly and were having a fun time in Tyndall, but I saw a lot of disaffected members that really escalated during COVID.
You mentioned Open Arms in passing there. Would you mind speaking to that?
Yeah, so Open Arms has not provided a regular service to Tyndall base, and I think at the moment, look, I don't actually know at the moment because it did have a resident psychologist there, but she was on maternity leave. But previously, somebody would come from Darwin for 1 or 2 days a month, I think it was, and it would often be a different practitioner every time. The practitioners themselves were not always at the skill level that I thought members warranted. These were people with quite significant mental health difficulties, and they were meeting somebody who was quite junior, who would then only be there for 1 or 2 visits, and then it would change. And so many of the members that I saw completely disengaged from psychological assistance during that period because they just said it was a complete waste of time. The worst I ever heard was somebody meeting 4 new practitioners at 4 visits. So all they ever did was tell their story, be assessed, and no plan was ever put into place. And not surprisingly, after 4 goes at it, they disengaged completely.
Now, Mr. Moorcroft, you speak of the significance of, as do Dr. Frost and Dr. Mitchell, of communications and being able to, contact the medical officer, say, at Robertson Barracks. Just tell the short story that you've got there. And this is paragraph 4.5 of Mr. Moorcroft's statement.
Just have a look.
It's you calling Robertson Barracks. And
yeah, I mean, it's always been difficult to contact the health centres, and that's been the case, but the differential now is really substantial, and it's been, I don't know, probably, I mean, I can make some associations, but I think that might be my projection, but around the time that the contract changed with the provider, all of a sudden contact became very difficult with Robertson Health Centre. On occasions, just as an example, I counted 9 occasions where I rang 3 different numbers over a whole day to actually not get any response whatsoever. It went straight to failed call, failed call on 9 occasions. On the next day when I tried, I finally got through. But this is, as it happened, it was not an urgent matter, and I rarely contact unless I need to. But this was about trying to negotiate a particular psychological test be done, which would help and assist in the broader formulation of a very complex case. So I wanted that to be done before the review, so there was a timeliness about it, which was very frustrating. But just an inordinate amount of time to try to get through, and then you got to try to get through to the medical officer, which you probably won't because they'll be busy. So it's just enormously time consuming that sometimes I give up and sort of, okay, well, I don't know what I'm going to do. I'll just have to write it in the report or whatever. So very frustrating. The other aspect, going back to the families, is generally, if I'm seeing someone, then I really would like to, and I think it's only fair that the partners and the spouses, the people that I'm seeing, see me and actually know who I am and know what the approach is. And I think it's really important that they have that time to ask me the 20 questions if they wish, because I'm going to likely do some seriously intense work with the spouse. So I prefer to have, as long as that's okay with the client and it's helpful, to have the spouse in early on to let them know me, let me know them, and to help them understand what's going on with the veteran, but also how they can help, because sometimes they feel so helpless and uninformed that they're not sure what to do. So we have that initial contact, but If there are ongoing problems in the relationship, then it's not appropriate for me to look at that as well as the trauma-focused work with the veteran. So what we need there is a relationship-focused approach as well, so that we can contain the destruction of the family relationship as a consequence of the serious symptoms. And the level of sophistication that's required in someone to do that level of work is incredibly difficult to find in Darwin. Because you need to have someone who's systemically trained, who understands couples therapy, relationship focusing, and also is culturally competent in the military and all that goes with that lifestyle of constantly moving around the country. So when you ramp up the level of sophistication of interventions that are indicated, that's when you really start to hit the holes in the service that are available in a town the size of Darwin.
Might we move to an operator? Would you please display Dr. Frost's statement? And operator, would you please go to paragraph 13 of Dr. Frost's statement, which is on page .0016. Turning to the topic of help seeking. And the idea of building trust and the interaction between these two notions. And the problem of people not seeking help when they ought to be seeking help, or the best thing for them to do would be to seek help. Dr. Frost, would you mind just speaking to that for a moment? And you placed it as the most important treatment modality that I needed to undertake was that of building trust. What do you mean by that?
Well, I think it's very easy to look at clinical guidelines, practice guidelines, evidence-based algorithms when it comes to treatment and find out about medication and other treatment modalities. But in practice, particularly in this group, what I found was there's a real disincentive to expose vulnerability. So I'm a brave, strong warrior. I support my mates. I can't let my mates down. If I let someone know I'm weak, then I'm letting not only myself down, but I'm letting others down. So by the time somebody gets to see me as a sort of tertiary player because they've confided in somebody who's taken them to the medical centre, who's initiated the referral, if I don't spend time establishing a strong therapeutic alliance, a trust-based relationship, no matter what I recommend, it's not going to work. The other thing that I think is really unique in the ADF members, less so veterans, is the career-altering nature of their, and sometimes career-ending nature of their mental health difficulties. And I hear many members say, maybe 15, 16, 17 years into their career, that they were aware of psychological difficulties very early in their career, that their spouse, their family were telling them that ever since they returned from insert significant deployment, they were a different person. But it's taken them to either breaking down publicly, becoming suicidal, having a spouse threaten to leave them, their substance use becoming so problematic that it's led to disciplinary charges within the ADF, for them to actually say, I can't do this anymore. So a significant component of my work then has to be building a relationship in which they feel that I have their best interests at heart. They know I have to, it's a kind of double-edged sword. They know I have to disclose to their employer significant risk, but at the same time creating an environment where they can be vulnerable and know that that won't itself lead to adverse consequences.
Mr. Moorcroft.
Totally agree with what Dr. Frost said, and it's, if you look at my paragraph 3.22 on my statement, it almost mirrors Dr. Frost entirely. It's the foundation of any decent work of any depth in psychotherapy. You have to have a good therapeutic reliance, particularly in the work of PTSD. As I elaborate in my statement, part of evidence-based treatment is for veterans to face the fears, to activate those things that are haunting them. And that's part of the process of recovery. So this is a very difficult journey for members. And unless they have the trust in the practitioner, why would you go on that journey? So trust and that therapeutic alliance is the foundation of any decent form of intense treatment.
Operator, might you display Dr. Mitchell's statement? DMT.00001.0020. And operator, might you go to page 10 of that? .0029. Commissioners, you'll see there that, might you display paragraph 49 in the first instance, please. Now, Dr. Mitchell here has identified some matters, and then in the following paragraphs, valuable ideas about key systemic risk factors for suicidality amongst ADF personnel and veteran populations. Operator, might you now go to the next page and display paragraph 58, the introductory part, please. And here Dr. Mitchell turns to identify the inherent hardships of military life that have potential to detrimentally impact upon the mental health and well-being of members and veterans. Now, one sees some important matters addressed there, particularly the severities of discipline. Now, do you want to speak shortly to that, Dr. Mitchell?
My pleasure. Would you like me to speak to the first paragraph, 49?
You can as well, yes.
I mean, because I think that they dovetail and marry well. So in terms of systemic risk factors, to briefly distill some of these issues, I think there are a couple of really key points of vulnerability within a person's military career. First, the selection process. Inevitably, there are screening processes, but these processes are by no means perfect. The military is a safe haven and containment for many young vulnerable people that come from prejudicial backgrounds. There may be childhood trauma or childhood abuse. There may be all sorts of adversities that attract them to the military, and the military, rightly so, can be a great environment to contain some of these young people. But there may be pre-existing vulnerability to mental health. The second aspect of it is the rigours of the military life, the training environment, being under the Defence Force Discipline Act, the posting cycles, the need to deploy at very short notice. There's a lot of trauma and stress with being in the military. The third aspect that I've spoken about is the MECAR system, the system of being downgraded and how that may affect your military career. And then fourthly, the transition. And what I'm speaking to broadly is this idea of cumulative complex trauma. I think we tend to pontificate too often on the idea of classical traditional PTSD, that an index thing occurs. You go overseas to the Middle East area of operation, ordnance explodes, and that's your trauma. But the military is more nuanced than that. And I think we don't need to look for any great, huge show, and I think that happens a lot. You know, people are talking about, well, the military's fine, there's no hazing, the military's fine, this person didn't deploy, but that's not the point. There's inherent stresses to being in the military that exist, whether we're talking about peacetime, wartime, or any time. The second aspect of that, I've elaborated on some of those stresses, so the rigours of training, intention to dress bearing inspection. I remember being an officer trainee myself, having sleepless nights where you had to do picket for nights on end, or you had to dig a 2 metre by 1 metre by 1 metre trench and live in that trench for a week. There's a lot of stress. There's a lot of fortitude and strength that you can build in these experiences, but if you're vulnerable, it's going to press at them. There's the severity of the discipline, so the Defence Force Discipline Act. People in the civilian world don't understand that military members are under a more severe level of scrutiny. So something that might seem trivial, like walking around with your hands in your pocket in the office. No one's going to care about that, but that might mean the warrant officer discipline comes down on you hard and you're charged with prejudicial conduct. The power imbalance, which speaks to some of the things that Mr. Moorcroft has talked about in his statement. A junior other rank will need to submit to the lawful order of a senior NCO to a junior officer, and a junior officer to a senior officer. These hierarchies are important within the structure of the military, but they have their own inherent stresses, and we need to acknowledge them. The stresses of the deployment between 1999 and Interfet in Timor and well into the 2000s, we had multiple operations simultaneously. When I served in the military, Afghanistan, Iraq and the Middle East area of operations, Solomon Islands and Timor, all happened simultaneously. And interwoven with all of those operations were natural disasters and civil crises, and the operational tempo was so high, it cannot but have a bearing on the mental health of the serving members. And so I guess in a broad brushstroke, what I wanted to point out to the Commission was that this idea of complex and cumulative and longitudinal trauma, which is a different lens than looking at this traditional idea of index trauma.
And that's what you're currently involved in, undertaking a study here on complex trauma amongst defence members.
That's right. So my adjunct associate professorship at Charles Darwin University and my research group there, led by Professor Dan Bresington, we're currently undertaking a study with a Rainmaker grant to look at the prevalence of complex PTSD in serving members, mostly in the Northern Territory. Initial studies that have looked at this in the UK have estimated that complex trauma in veterans seeking help would be as high as 74%, as opposed to 25% of traditional PTSD. Our preliminary findings, and we're recruiting 200 veterans, their study that I referred to, which is the Murphy et al. Study, recruited from memory 177, we've found that it's about 68% of those members. So there seems to be evidence building that complex PTSD is very, very prevalent in help-seeking members. And so there needs to be attention on treatment of complex PTSD.
Which the symptom presentation is a little different, and also the nature of the treatment is a little different.
It is, and I'm happy to elaborate. I mean, on the Commission, we have a psychiatrist and some non-psychiatrists, and not everyone's going to understand the difference. Traditional PTSD...
We might move on. On that topic. Dr. Mitchell's, this study of complex PTSD is referred to under Dr. Mitchell's recommendation 5, which is the paragraphs 120 to 121.
May I interject at this point?
Certainly.
I think one of the difficulties, I really applaud this approach, and it's certainly something that I've observed clinically, but I've had a number of my diagnoses of PTSD rejected by DVA, and it's not my diagnosis, it's the member's injury, because the index event lacks sufficient trauma. And it's so hard to get across in a medico-legal report those nuances of accumulated trauma. So I'm a real fan of thinking about it more broadly as complex PTSD. However, Complex PTSD is not enshrined in the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual Edition 5 of the American Psychiatric Association, which is the only classification system that DVA will allow to be used to determine injury. And it is now part of the ICD, International Classification of Diseases 11, which came out in 2019 from the World Health Organization. And so I can't use a diagnosis that clinically to me makes much more sense, and I think would get some of the members kind of over the line, because there is nothing worse than treating someone for trauma, seeing a successful outcome when a trauma approach has been used, and yet being told that that index or the described traumatic event or events are insufficient to receive that diagnosis. It's a real body blow. It's a visceral disappointment for veterans to be told that DVA don't recognise PTSD.
Now, your view is that the DVA ought to be giving some careful consideration to employing the ICD-11.
In addition to.
And then introducing the notion of complex PTSD, which has a high incidence in veterans than it does in the general population.
Just want to also just add to previous things. I mean, I think there's a real congruence in the opinions that we've all presented with regard to complex PTSD. In particular, I go into it a little bit in my response number 3, and that simple complex dimension is really important. To be fairly graphic, in my world, simple PTSD is often when people are shot. And everybody's doing their job, the enemy is doing their job. If everybody on the day did their job and the medics came along and stopped the bleeding and the guy was evacuated out, that's horrible, and the person is traumatised by a near-death experience and the pain and the disability that may go along with that injury. But in terms of my world, that's what I regard as simple trauma. What's much more difficult is on the day if they feel betrayed by their chain of command, if the people who were there didn't do what they were supposed to do. And that adds such a layer of complexity to the physical injury. And often those sort of what's called moral injuries have a far greater impact on an ongoing drip feed way than being shot. So you can recover from that. The bullying and the corruption that one sometimes is perceived by the members is much more difficult to survive.
Operator, might you display Mr. Moorcroft's statement, DMR.0000001 .007, and if we go to .0020. Thank you, operator. Now, here you are speaking, Dr. Moorcroft, about the systemic risk factors that you consider to be contributing to defence and veteran deaths by suicide. And the first item that you refer to is the potential for unnecessarily destructive impact from the exercise of power in the training and leadership of ADF members. And you use the expressions destructive use of power, misguided use of power. Do you mind speaking to your experience as relayed to you by defence members and veterans as well concerning this?
I mean, I'll preface what I want to say by statement 6.1 and 6.4, which is the appropriate use of power is essential to the military. It is one of the most single defining features of a military is there needs to be appropriate legitimate authority to prosecute conflict. This is essential in the military, and so that's not a point to be debated. The point really is the strategic use of power and the appropriate and legitimate use of power. And that's, I guess, what will reflect on. Most of the members that I see, they expected to be challenged when they joined. They expected to have adversity. They expected to be
A little closer to the microphone there.
physically and psychologically challenged by service. What they didn't expect was that some of that adversity would actually seem to have little purpose or possibly be destructive. I categorise this in a number of different ways. I talk about misguided power, which is where the person wielding the power may have good intentions but not particularly well sophisticated in the way that they are trying to achieve their goals. So a poor coach, essentially, but well-intentioned. The more serious situations are where there's abuse of power, where this could be motivated by a goal-directed behaviour, someone who wants to advance their own career by burning out the people below them. Or it could be, in the worst case scenarios, just members that seem to merely enjoy the exercise of power. When you bring these all together, then it can be an incredibly difficult situation for some members who become the target of the either misguided or abusive power.
And you speak there in paragraph 6.15 of the toxic culture, characterised by a small number of in-group members.
Yeah, that characterises what I hear quite often, in its worst case scenarios. And understand there's the positive side too, where you can actually have a very, very tight unit, or where people feel that, what the recruiters pitch, the band of brothers or sisters, and that real sense of community and that real sense of purpose, that does exist. But in the worst case scenarios, then it's characterised by a group of people where there's a small group which are the privileged, the in crowd, if you like. There's a larger group in the middle that just try to avoid any attention. And then there is a small group of people that are often targeted because they're in some ways seen to be inferior. And that's often what I've observed in members, that they report the kind of culture that they are operating in within their unit.
Commissioners, it may be an appropriate time, if the commissioners wish to do so, for the commissioners to address any questions that they wish to put at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Connor. Just before we start, Mr. McCarthy, I understand you're representing Dr. Mitchell. We neglected to note your appearance. Okay, thank you. Okay. Commissioner Brown?
I just wanted to ask a question in relation to how unique Darwin is in all of these issues that you've been discussing. I think you talked about the challenges of Darwin being remote and potentially the number of health practitioners, whether it's psychiatrists, psychologists, etc. I guess in larger cities you're going to have more practitioners, but you've also got more defence members and veterans. So firstly, from your understanding, is the issue of access to treatment actually easier in other centres, or is it kind of different but just as challenging? And I guess I'm asking that from your contact through your networks and that sort of thing. But then the second question is, in terms of what you've just been discussing about the challenges of military life here and things like the use of power, etc. Is Darwin particularly different to anywhere else? And again, from your knowledge and your networks.
Darwin's unique in that it's a small town, but it is disproportionately involved in operational matters across the board, across all services. It's very busy. The members here are disproportionately busy. If you look at naval personnel and the border protection, the interdetection of vessels, they've been incredibly busy in very adverse circumstances, and often the unsung heroes, I think, of the Defence Force. The Army, this is the main departure point year about with Townsville for deployments. The RAAF, multiple exercises. So if you look at the population of Darwin, and then you also look at the activities that are undertaken by the ADF, I haven't even mentioned the reserves and the North Force, it's hugely busy up here, and it's a very small population. And so I think it is unique in that it faces those two factors, and with a relatively small population of professionals that are able to service the demand that such rigorous operation duties may lead to.
I think the other component is that for families, the isolation and the remoteness has a major impact. I've treated a number of members over the years where families have willingly gone on other postings with no particular difficulties because they've been able to return home to broader family networks quite easily. As I'm sure all of you in this room from interstate know, it's really difficult getting a flight to Darwin. They're expensive. If they're delayed, then you're flying in at really ungodly hours. And so that has a very direct impact on going home for a 21st, going home for a brand new baby's birth, getting to funerals of not immediate family. And so I think there's a unique layer of isolation in Darwin that is quite different from major eastern seaboard centres. In my networks, I don't really know many other psychiatrists working in Western Australia, but I'm sure that they are considerations for the West. But certainly the eastern seaboard, I don't hear these stories with the same frequency that I would see it amongst my client group.
And I would similarly affirm the opinions of my colleagues, Dr. Frost and Mr. Moorcroft. I think we are unique. We have a small population in a very remote setting, and we have a huge contingency that are military related. And by that I mean we have serving members, we have veterans who are white card holders, gold card holders, and we have the families members. It's a huge proportion of the Northern Territory's population, and indeed Darwin, and that's juxtaposed against poorer resources than in other areas I've worked. So if I think about my work as a psychiatrist in Melbourne versus my work as a psychiatrist in the Northern Territory, it's a tale of two cities. Melbourne has a statewide Centre of Excellence for PTSD, the DVA-funded PTRS service. It has private psychiatrists at dozens of hospitals that treat PTSD and treat veterans. There are dozens of providers for DVA services and Garrison Health, Bupa solutions. In the Northern Territory, it's the economy of scale. We have small numbers, and if anyone were to retire or leave, it would be even more vulnerable. And I think that's why I've leaned in my recommendations to the commissions, a few suggestions of how we move forward and how we maybe address some of these difficulties of remoteness, resource allocation, and a small population. So yes, I would reiterate, we are unique.
Could I just go to the second part of that question in relation to the issues around the use of power, and perhaps ask Mr. Moorcroft, you gave the figures early on about, and I'm not suggesting this is just about use of power, but you said for Navy it's about 50% is to do with issues of chain of command, and for Army perhaps even higher, the majority. Again, do you have a sense that that's different here in Darwin? And you may not be able to comment. And
I probably can't comment, but the stakes are higher. So I suspect that there is more pressure put on members because there's more at stake. This is a busy operational town. It's not a training exercise for no purpose. It's a training exercise to train people to deploy, or it's an operational matter. It's not a rehearsal. It's happening. So I think I think that it just stands to reason that if there are real operational priorities, then there's going to be more pressure in the system compared to a larger population where often it's a much more planned. Take the Navy, for example. The big vessel goes out of Sydney or Melbourne or wherever, and they've got a plan. They're on the however long journey with hundreds of folk. The patrol boats that go out, it's much less certain what they're going to face and what they're going to be needing to do.
I think another component, and I'm probably speaking to a very a crowd about to applaud is the humidity and the weather conditions here. And I'm sure all of you who stepped outside in the middle of the day have noticed that it's a stinking hot time of year. So when field exercises are conducted, those weather considerations become magnified. And I've certainly seen a number of members with unrecognised heat stroke. Some years ago there was a death from heat stroke up here. And those physical considerations have impacted on the view of Darwin as being a tough post. And many of the very junior arrivals, I see people who've, say, completed their recruit training and they've done their initial employment training and then they're posted to Darwin, say it was the last one on their list and they're very disappointed they've been posted here. If they arrive, say, in October, November, particularly if they're accompanied by a spouse and a young family, that's an awful time to arrive in Darwin. And so then when the spouse and family say, we're not doing this anymore, we can't, then they have to make the choice as to whether or not they do the married unaccompanied kind of posting or whether in fact the relationship ends. And I've sometimes seen relationship ends. I wouldn't like to say just because of the weather, but you can see this time of year and going through intermittently until the beautiful dry season in about April, May, it's a really tough climate.
And can I just finally, Mr. Moorcroft, you said earlier on about the clunkiness in the information flow when you receive a referral. Could you just expand on that? What's behind that challenge in getting the information to flow if someone's being referred to see you?
I suspect it's time. I suspect the people who are doing the referral, it's impossible to overstate the importance of the medical officers in this system. They are the glue that holds it together, and they are very busy people. And so, but ironically, excuse me, I often get the best referrals from the more senior medical officers because I think they understand the value. Sometimes I get a referral which is literally one line, and that's it. That's the referral. And I think that it is, I assume that it's a reflection of just the incredible busyness of the system, and they just need to get the member some assistance, but they also need to see the next member who needs assistance. And so they think, oh, well, this one's for an external provider, and so let's send them to David. So and sometimes then the information that would be really useful would be if they are seeing a psychiatrist or if they've had a neuropsychological testing results done, and this is the stuff that is often absent, it's not that value adding. And then of course if it's absent but you kind of hear that it's available, then you've got to go and try and chase that back to try to get the relevant background, and then you do the 9 phone calls thing, and then after the 8th phone call you give up and you just work with what you've got. So I think that there is some real bottlenecks in the communication system, and partly it's because of the flow through of the numbers of people they're seeing with the number of staff they've got. And I think also that maybe something to do with the communication system, the telephone system. I don't know whether it could be as simple as that, but certainly it is unmanageable at times to try to get information that would add value.
Another component of that is that some years ago there was a limit on the number of pages that could be faxed, and it was 2. So I would sometimes get incomplete referrals. I would get referrals that referred to a psychologist's report which wasn't attached. So it was see attached report, or sometimes it would be a one-liner presented to mental health services on base, see psychologist's report. That wouldn't be attached because it was over the 2-page limit. And so then I would have to chase, or my practice manager would have to chase, having exactly the same difficulties that David talks about David Moorcroft talks about in contacting services on base. My way around the 9 phone calls is I've got every military doctor's mobile number and I text them. But I've just developed that system myself over the years. But that flow of information is crucial, and yet it seems to be not validated. It doesn't seem to be valid. I'll often be seeing people with complex medical conditions, and I always ask to be copied into the reports of the endocrinologist or the pain physician, because frequently that will impact on what management I do or what medications I should or shouldn't be prescribing. It's never done. I always have to ask specifically for the reports of the respiratory physician, the pain physician, the orthopaedic surgeon, and so on.
Thank you.
Commissioner Douglas?
Thank you for your evidence so far. Is there a rationale for excluding complex longitudinal PTSD from the DSM-5?
I think that's beyond this commission. It's political. It's a very European kind of view of complex trauma. The DSM-5 classification, it comes out of the American Psychiatric Association, and so it's political, I think.
Is there any move to include it in the next version
It was
of the
rejected.
DSM?
It was rejected in the current DSM, even though it was put up for. I think that they vote on it. I'm not. You might know, David.
I think they do.
One of the broader understandings of psychiatry is we deal with what's called a nosological system. So we have syndromes, which are collections of symptoms, and they're up for debate. So these things are always up for debate. And the DSM is essentially a group of very senior American psychiatrists that sit around and make decisions on what they feel is appropriate. So it's a little bit of an in and out system. I mean, the history of PTSD is that it was heavily lobbied in the late 70s, early 80s, and why it became included in the DSM. So what I would say is that, broadly speaking, there are layers and labyrinths of politics that go into these things, and at the end of the day, clinicians that are just treating patients just want clarity. So we probably can't give you a clear answer except to say that our experience as clinicians, as it does exist, there's evidence that show that it exists, and there are probably all sorts of economic reasons why you may not want to include it, because you're looking at a bigger resource drain. So it is complicated, but there is no easy answer to that question.
Thank you. I'll retreat in view of all that. Thank you.
We do have other questions, but I'm conscious of the time, and we've got a commitment at 2:30, so we'll resume after lunch if that's okay. If there's nothing further, we'll break for lunch. Return at 2:30.
Thank you.
Rise. The Royal Commission is adjourned to 2:30 p.m. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is resumed. Please be seated.
Yes, Mr. Connor, we do have a few more questions, but I think if you can continue obtaining your evidence, and then we'll go after that at the end.
If that's convenient,
Thank you.
Commissioners. Operator, might you display Dr. Mary Frost's statement? And operator, might you go to .0018? And operator, might you display paragraph 19 to the foot of the page, please? We might address paragraph 19. We're turning to the topic of open arms and your dealings with open arms over time, Dr. Frost. Would you just, and you see what you've said there in paragraph 19, your capacity to collaborate with open arms has deteriorated over the years. Now, would you just speak about what has been your experience of dealings with open arms?
Yeah, when I first came to the Territory, as my statement reveals, I thought, a really fantastic working relationship with VVCS as it was then. And in my view, it strengthened over time. And it's very hard to pinpoint when, because often with these things it's insidious. But I suddenly found, well, not suddenly, I gradually noticed about, I'm sure 5 to 8 years ago, that the capacity to receive communication started to drop off. And then I would have to chase quite hard speaking with an individual practitioner at Open Arms. And then increasingly, particularly some of the younger Open Arms clinicians were saying they couldn't release any notes to me, even though I had provided consent to the Open Arms practitioner from our shared patient client. And the Open Arms practitioner would also say they had that same consent. So I went higher at that point to the director of Open Arms and even took it to a regional level, and really just met with barrier after barrier, no explanation, just this was their policy. And then I discovered in the last, I'm going to say 3 years, that a similar thing was happening for the ADF. So the ADF would seek a report from a clinician that somebody had been seeing for a number of years for the purposes of a MEC review, a medical classification review, and again that information wouldn't be provided. Compounding my difficulties was the fact that Open Arms would still lean on me at times of clinical urgency to see someone urgently, and I'd always accommodate that because I think that's a very important responsibility as a psychiatrist. But when I'd ask for a recent report or a summary of contact to date, nothing would follow on. I would express my frustration in letters, in emails, in conversations, and it led to no change at all. So from my view, that became a barrier of insurmountable depth and really started to reflect the kind of bureaucratic intransigence that I'd also observed with DVA, and I'm not sure why that is, but that's my observation.
Did you get responses to your letters?
Sometimes I would, but they would be kind of generic. We'll take it to a higher level, we'll discuss it at our next meeting. It wouldn't actually be a response that invited further collaboration. It would be a kind of stop there, don't push us any harder, rather than, oh, how can we fix this? Or is there a better way to do business?
Did you have communications by telephone with people as well?
Telephone, email, and occasionally I'd go to Open Arms to meet with clinicians. I've stopped doing that recently because that doesn't appear encouraged. So I've always, as you can see with David Moorcroft, I've always enjoyed working collaboratively, because one of the difficulties being a private practitioner is you're quite isolated. And so in my view, if I'm working collaboratively then the outcome can only be better for my patient, my client. And what people tell me is that they feel really valued when I say something like, oh, David Moorcroft and I are meeting on Friday, and I'm sure you'll be high on the list of people that we wish to discuss. And so then people feel that you've got these two trusted, valued practitioners working collaboratively, and so they must therefore be important. And so to have that relationship essentially severed has been, I think, very detrimental.
Now, did you meet the Open Arms clinicians here in Darwin or in Canberra? Or?
This is Open Arms clinicians in Darwin, but I've actually taken it. Darwin used to be NTWA and more recently NTSA, or have I got that the right way around? I think that's the right way around. And so I've gone to regional directors for both, not changed a thing.
No changes at all?
No changes at all.
And what did you say to them, separation command?
Probably what I've just said, that I thought it was unhelpful, it was not good for outcomes of our shared clients, that I didn't understand why in mental health, where we have to work collaboratively, that they chose to not share information, and they said it was all part of their consenting process. But I'd show them consent, I'd send the consent, and it still wouldn't change that collaboration.
Now, you saw it working differently before about 2015 or so, did you?
Yes, as I said, it's very hard to pinpoint that time because it's insidious, but
yes.
I'm not actually, I think Mr. Moorcroft has some views on when that happened. Yeah.
Mr. Moorcroft, do you want to address this particular matter?
I mean, there may be, I think there's probably a pathway here, and I suspect the pathway goes back earlier than that to, I think, around about 2005. And at that point, Vietnam Veterans Counselling Services, then called, had a fairly local structure, if you like. My understanding is, and there were branches around Australia, and they were kind of semi-autonomous. They had, guiding principles. It was all part of DVA, but they had a fair amount of sort of semi-autonomous capacity to develop services and to sort of tailor services to the local community. And the communities are quite different. I mean, the profile of veterans in Darwin is very different than the major population down south. So in some ways, if it was well run, this was good because it gave a nuanced sort of tailored service. So when I was first leaving or first moving from public practice to private practice, I did some work, as I'd said before, for VVCS. I found it to be a really good introduction to the military population. Not only did I provide direct services, but also provide some staff development services for the staff there because of my background in mental health, and also provided group facilitation services for things like the anger management group, which I ran for quite a few years after. But around about 2005, there was my understanding was a one DVA kind of initiative. That's what they described, the staff describe it as. And essentially that was an amalgamation of some of the administrative functions and location, as it turned out, in Darwin, from DVA kind of almost bringing VVCS into the fold, so to speak. And there were some advantages to that in terms of some standardisation of processes, some kind of sharing of resources from the central governing body. But I think on balance there was a lot of loss of value because they became much more centralised in terms of what was allowed and what wasn't allowed. So it was really one size fits all. So it was one DVA size fits all of the nation. And a lot of the programs and the individual nature of the branches, I think, were lost. In particular in Darwin, what that led to was a co-location of the services. So VVCS was a separate geographic location to DVA, and for a period of time they amalgamated, which created a massive problem for veterans because they would come to the same place to get their claims that they were disputing solved, and also they'd come to the same reception desk to get some counselling. They'd just go a slightly different avenue. And so it ended up being very fraught with difficulty because the veterans were really then uncertain about the separation between the entitlements and the claim processes versus the counselling. So I think that it starts back then, and there's been an increasing centralisation of the now open arms. Initially it was Territory, and then it was WA, and then it was, it's gradually expanded the administrative aspect of open arms, and I think it's lost a lot of that local appreciation and local tailoring.
You heard veterans saying to you about their concerns about having to go to the one place, did you?
Indeed. And also the councillors too, they found it quite unacceptable, but they were basically forced to accept that. It's changed since, and I think they realised that it wasn't just the soundproofing. There's a whole array of problems with the way that DVA incorporated VVCS into that office, and it was monumentally insensitive to the psychological impact on members.
That's been remedied here in Darwin, has it?
Yeah.
Yes.
And when was that remedied?
I can't remember, probably 5 years ago, I think.
Yeah,
developed
Winelli,
the new facility.
Dr. Frost, do you want to speak any further about this particular problem?
Other than to concur that I would hear this in my consulting room, that you'd go with anxiety about your claim, and then you'd come back to this and often be met with heavy bureaucracy, a lack of compassion, a lack of awareness, which, like when any of us go into the bank. But then when you came to the same place and the same receptionist greeted you and you were going off to see your trusted counsellor, there was a lot of anxiety about actually coming to appointments.
Now, interchange and releasing of clinical information, that was occurring in a relatively okay way, was it, early on?
From my perspective, yes. I would regularly copy, I would always check and get the consent of the person that I was seeing that they would be willing to have information shared between myself and the open arms practitioner, and then I would send all my clinical correspondence to the open arms practitioner, and then I would leave messages for them to ring me, and then I would get a message back to say they were unavailable to speak with me, and that was due to consent. And I think, well, I've given them consent. The other problem at one stage was that there was a nationwide number for open arms, and so, or VVCS. I can't remember which organisation it was then. And so in trying to speak with somebody in Darwin, you could kind of do a nationwide tour before you were actually put through to someone in Darwin. You were invited to leave a message. And leaving a message when you're talking about urgent clinical matters is very, very difficult, because you don't want to breach patient confidentiality in the sort of the reception domain, but you do want to get across to a clinician that I'm worried. And so I'm worried about somebody, but I can't tell the person taking the message why it is that I'm worried about them without breaching confidentiality. So that's where I think the sort of bureaucratic structure is actually working against what to me is the fundamental ethos of running a counselling service.
And this doesn't assist the persons that you're dealing with?
Not at all.
Do you want to elaborate on that at all?
Well, I think...
object to that question. The answer that was phrased before was at a point in time in the past, and that question was in the present.
Perhaps you can rephrase it.
Thank you, Commissioner. Might we come to the matter of whether the processes that are currently operative, or in your present experience with your interaction with Open Arms, an exchange of information and your capacity to contact Open Arms, is that having a negative effect on people that you're dealing with?
As a psychiatrist, I rely heavily on a network of care involving other practitioners, medical officers, sometimes family. And I'm also always straddling that delicate balance of confidentiality and keeping someone safe without revealing too much that it actually exposes their vulnerability to people that they don't wish to have that vulnerability exposed to. And that is the bread and butter work of any of us working in the mental health professions. So when a fellow clinician becomes what, in my view, is bound by conditions that do not facilitate that collaboration, then I'm really struggling. I can give an example from probably about 2 or 3 years ago, where one of the Open Arms clinicians had to involve the police because of the safety of a member. And that clinician decided that in involving the police, that was a conflict of interest. And I was urgently asked to see the individual who thought they had a good working relationship with their psychologist. So I was having to simultaneously manage risk and grief and then find other care, because I couldn't find out from Open Arms what exactly had gone on, because they wouldn't share that background information. And then I had to see the individual more frequently than my clinical practice can really manage, awaiting the involvement of another clinician. So that's a very practical example of where that lack of communication has actually caused me distress, and yet my job is not to be distressed, but to manage the distress of the people that I'm looking after.
Operator, might you display paragraph 20 from Dr. Frost's statement, please? Now, at this point, you speak of Open Arms' policy of not releasing clinical information, and you've approached Open Arms. Operator, might you go to the next paragraph?
So I don't wish to be pedantic, but that's not what it says at all. It deals with...
I'll withdraw my comments on it. I'll withdraw that comment. I'll just display the paragraph. Operator, might you display paragraph 21, please? You can see this paragraph, Dr. Frost?
Yes, I can, thank you.
What's the story here?
That was one that I spoke to just a few minutes ago. It's the same story.
Now, Operator, might you display paragraph 22? Would you speak to this, please, Dr. Frost?
I think I already have. It's the same. They're different examples, but it's the same. I mean, I'm happy to elaborate further.
Would you elaborate further on this, please?
My recollection is that the patient was a young man who was struggling with suicidality, and he'd had an admission to Menunda ward because of suicidality, had then been discharged from Menunda ward to the to a close, a secure person to take care of him. And then there'd been a rupture in that arrangement between the care that he was receiving, I think an argument, and so then when he came to see his Open Arms clinician, he acknowledged that he'd become suicidal again. And so the Open Arms clinician then contacted the police to have him conveyed to hospital for a mental health assessment. He was released from that mental health assessment back to Menunda ward, but then the Open Arms clinician, because the fellow was so angry about the report to the police, the Open Arms clinician withdrew their service. And basically, from my perspective, dumped it on the psychiatrist. But there was so little written communication. So I just got a brief email to say that, that the clinician was withdrawing their services because of this rupture. And it was then my job to patch the rupture, hold the person safe, and then find alternative clinical care for them. And this was all predicated on poor communication.
Operator, might you display paragraph 23, please? The next paragraph. I'll let you read that, Dr. Frost, again.
Yeah, thank you.
Might you speak to that paragraph as well?
Largely, I feel I've covered my frustration. What concerns me the most is that experienced clinicians within Open Arms question these policies from what they tell me, but the policies themselves have not changed. Even though I've attempted to go higher to understand the policy, it hasn't actually led to any increase in collaboration. And as that is such a fundamental part of mental health care, keeping people safe, for me that has been of immense frustration and really quite a sense of sadness that what used to be a very collaborative relationship has got to this point where we're almost not pitted against each other, but we don't feel like we're working for a common cause when we are.
Operator, might you display pages 34, please, and paragraphs 86.
I don't feel I've got anything to add to that paragraph. I think we've covered it, unless there's a specific aspect of it that you would prefer I...
Now, just in terms of the multidisciplinary care area, what's your views on what should be happening there?
In my psychiatric training a long time ago, multidisciplinary care was always the foundation of good psychiatric practice, that it was recognised that people's mental health needs shouldn't be managed in isolation, and that there were a number of people that could contribute to better outcomes for individuals when information was shared. And it might be that, taking a step back from this particular situation, that I was working in a hospital setting, but there was a case manager who did a home visit. And the case manager would then know about the individual's living circumstances, family relationships, cleanliness of the house, food in the fridge. And so we were trained as very junior psychiatrists to not just make an assessment in isolation. So then when I moved into solo private practice, I really had to work hard to not remain in isolation myself and to develop collaboration with my colleagues. And so my concern is when so many military members access Open Arms, and neither myself as their private psychiatrist, or more recently I've heard from the ADF medical officers, can access clinical information, then that capacity for shared care, for multidisciplinary care, for awareness of at multiple levels of the impairment and symptoms and impact on function, families, etc., that goes. And I think that's, I would call that flawed practice.
Operator, might you display the next paragraph, paragraph 87, please?
I haven't yet really covered this area, but because I've been in Darwin for a long time and because I get to know clinicians in services, I'm often aware that there is a clinician with a specific interest in, say, trauma, or a clinician who's actually got a background as a serving member, or a clinician who has a spouse who's a serving member or is a veteran. And so sometimes those connections, I mean, if you come back to our pre-lunch session in which in which all three of us, as treating providers, acknowledge that trust is the fundamental basis of all care. So if there was a kind of foot in the door of trust, I would ask, and not to forget that the people that I see aren't walking through the door saying they're a bit distressed. The people that I see are at the end of a process of tertiary referral. They've already spoken to somebody who said, go to the MO, the medical officer, who's then said, I think we need a psychiatrist, we need a specialist mental health practitioner's input. So then, using my networks, I see somebody who I think would do, say, for example, with a senior female clinician whose partner is a veteran, who has very good understanding of trauma and would really assist this young woman who's been sexually assaulted within her unit. The unit hasn't managed hasn't managed well the distancing between perpetrator and victim. The young woman is saying they feel like they've been victimised further by the process of the treatment from the unit. And so I've got this lovely, nurturant, maternal woman with a lot of understanding working at Open Arms, and I think, oh, perfect match. And yet I'm told it will be allocated to the next available practitioner. So I'm using my knowledge of my patient and my knowledge of these networks to try and match people for the best possible outcome. That's ignored. The other component that has really concerned me is the delays in allocating patients, and a triage meeting is next week. In the meantime, what I hear from veterans or serving members is that they speak to somebody who they think is the clinician but is in fact a receptionist. And a history, not a history, that's not fair, but a kind of the nature of the problem is taken. And because some of these individuals have held back for so long and now they're at breaking point, they deliver their full story and then they're told, oh no, look, I'm just a receptionist, I'm just filling out a questionnaire here. And so then they feel that process, like, I've just spilt my guts, quote, and yet I'm told, oh, somebody will ring you with an appointment. And then it might be that they're sent a series of questionnaires and then an appointment arrives. And for some individuals, by the time the appointment arrives, their phrase is, I've lost my mojo, I just didn't want to talk about it anymore. And so there you've got somebody who's, you know, for all the reasons we heard this morning, culturally they're not encouraged to share weakness, who's finally acknowledged they need to reveal it, and then the process actually distances them. And again, I feel that that's a significant shortcoming.
Now, Operator, might you display paragraph 88, the next one, please? Now, this is your reference to the 6 visits thing. Would you mind addressing that?
Sure. Again, as a psychiatrist, I'm seeing the tip of the mental health distress iceberg at the level, usually people have crossed a threshold to be clinically unwell, as opposed to distressed, upset and likely to recover. So the people that I see are, I mean, it's lovely. When I refer to David Moorcroft, he writes a letter in which he says at least 20 sessions will be required over the next 12 months, with the frequency, I'm probably quoting you verbatim, David, with the frequency of sessions diminishing in time as recovery occurs. And I think that's a beautiful model. And if it takes 15, it takes 15. But what I sometimes hear from individuals, from my patients, is that they felt they needed more, but they were given a questionnaire at 6 sessions, which showed that there'd been an improvement from the questionnaire they filled out at session 1. And so they were told, well, we're done. And that might be sufficient for somebody who's not at the level that I see them. But by the time somebody has like a recognisable mental illness or is acutely suicidal or is no longer managing work, home life, to say, we've got to 6 sessions, you must be better, is again, I feel, a flawed approach.
Operator, might you display paragraph 89? This concerns families. Would you mind speaking to that for a moment?
I'm not as familiar with, I don't treat families at all. Like Mr. Moorcroft, I'll often see the spouse of somebody I'm treating, but we'll often talk about families. And again, this is one of, I think, the difficulties with Darwin and its remoteness and the paucity of specialised services. So the kind of family-friendly ADF posts a family to Darwin. They have children with special needs, say they're ADHD, on the autism spectrum, learning difficulties, and the families are told they can access support through Open Arms. But often what I hear is the clinician they saw didn't have the expertise that they were anticipating, or there are very long delays in accessing that support. So then families have come here, perhaps as Dr. Mitchell was alluding to this morning, so the posting cycle doesn't respect treatment cycles. So that a family may have arrived in the middle of a treating cycle for their child's learning deficits, perhaps, and then there's a gap, and then when they finally get that appointment, then the clinician may not actually have the expertise. So I think this is, again, another deficit, another gap in the system that leads to deterioration of mental health, deterioration of family function, and disillusionment with defence amongst members.
Mr. Moorcroft, do you wish to add anything to that? Or
I can't really, because Open Arms, essentially they see the similar sort of clients myself, so we don't double dip. So if I'm seeing someone, then Open Arms isn't.
might we turn now to address quickly the administrative burden that seems to be placed upon you, Dr. Frost, of dealing with Bupa. Could you speak shortly to that?
I think in my submission I highlighted there were 4 areas. When Bupa first took over the contract from Medibank Private, they were sending out appointments for local practitioners in Eastern Daylight Saving Time. There's 90 minutes, as many of you would know, between Australian Central Standard Time and that daylight saving period. And so I would have members arrive 90 minutes early to an appointment, even though I'd sent a text message with a time, but then they were confused. There were also instances where people would be told by Bupa, sent a text message that their appointment had been cancelled, which hadn't come from my office. And whilst I'm slightly protected from some of that because I have a practice manager, obviously I'm paying my practice manager, so for her to sort out these glitches is a cost. The issue that nearly led to me withdrawing my services from the ADF some years ago, and I might say that I really enjoy ADF work, and because I have familiarity with ADF both in my personal life as well as my professional life, I've always valued this work and seen it as an important component of my practice. But I actually was very close to withdrawing my services because I couldn't negotiate what I call an administrative cost, an administrative payment for doing clinical work without the patient in front of me, a little bit like I alluded to before with the Department of Veterans Affairs. And so after a lot of negotiation back and forth and me saying, well, that's it, I can't do this work anymore. Eventually, an exception was made and I was able to bill for an item, well, sorry, it's not an item number in the Medibank MBS, Medibank scheduled fee list, but it was accepted. But then when I was handing over many of my military patients to the younger psychiatrist who's now seeing many of my client group, he met with exactly the same obstacle, that despite the fact that we will be contacted by doctors out of face-to-face sessions with patients for, I'm writing their MEC review at the moment. I was just wondering whether you could give me an update on what you think their prognosis is. How much longer do you think they'll need to be on antidepressants? So then I flick through the file and have a look at my letters. And, you know, sometimes we're on the phone for half an hour, just sort of tossing back and forth the best approach. Well, I'm seeing them in 3 visits, that would be a year. So if we get them off antidepressants now, you know, there's all sorts of MEC classification criteria that need to be fulfilled. To me, that's a clinical consult. I've given an opinion, I've reviewed my file, I'm interacting with a colleague, but Bupa has thought that that is not a face-to-face service and therefore does not need to be remunerated. At times, I'm actually asked to comment on risk away from seeing someone, and although I'm reluctant to do so, sometimes it's the attending clinician has seen the person that day, a psychologist has seen them the day before, and it might be that everybody feels that the risk is now contained and they can be discharged from hospital, but they need the opinion of the psychiatrist. Now, I can't necessarily squeeze that person into my schedule, so I will give an opinion based on, well, the last time I saw them, they seem to be improving. What you're telling me is that they're now more functional and they're leaving the ward and their safety is no longer of such consideration. And so from the ADF's perspective, they get a psychiatric opinion saying the member is now safe. Now, if the member was unsafe, my opinion would be the most weighted of, if the member wasn't safe, let's say they self-harmed or even worse, suicided, the psychiatrist has expressed an opinion, but because I don't have the patient in the room with me, the argument of Bupa, and before then Medibank Private, similarly I had to negotiate for quite some time to have those I don't want to say they're non-clinical services, those non-face-to-face services accepted as an important part of my work. Some days they will occupy an hour or 2 of my working day, and I can't afford to do that pro bono. So that is an area that I've kind of bashed my head against a bit of a wall.
Mr. Moorcroft, do you interact with Bupa?
I do in relation to the service I provide to current serving members, yes.
And what's your experience there?
I could probably talk for a lot longer than this commission would like about my opinions of Bupa, which are not positive. I chose not to say much about this in my statements because I don't think it's directly relevant to deaths of suicide in ADF members. But since Bupa has taken over, and I have not had one conversation with them about the funding of psychological services, the difficulties that they had in the initial stages where they had a completely wrong fee structure. There's so many problems with it. It's a matter that I've dealt with my society in making submissions elsewhere. Short version is that Bupa is something I think most health professionals suffer as a consequence of seeing serving members. I really think that, you know, if I wasn't so interested in serving members and really liking the nature of work, then I would probably be looking for work elsewhere.
Dr. Mitchell, any short observations that you've got in this territory?
It's certainly been covered in a lot of details. I'll just be really succinct. My limited experiences, having been a private psychiatrist in Melbourne working at North Park, I certainly saw ADF members through the Bupa Garrison Solution contract. I mean, forward-thinking, my suggestion would be if they had better liaison and were clearer about their fees, would be very helpful. There were times where fees that we submitted weren't paid, and it was for a discrepancy of down to $1 in difference, even downwards. So if I charged $1 less, the fee just didn't get paid. But we were able to resolve this over time, and once I understood what their fee schedule was, it seemed to work smoother. That would be a general observation, something small in comparison to a lot of detail that my colleagues have given you.
So the system is operating through the generosity of providers in substantial ways. Is that a fair statement?
All the non-clinical services for sure. I mean, all the stuff that Mary was saying, we don't get paid for that.
Now, and another matter is if it depends on the individuals and the provider, and here in Darwin, if either of you disappear from the scene, as it were, there's going to be substantial gaps, aren't there?
I believe so.
Yes.
Which is it convenient for your questions?
Thank you. Commissioner Brown?
Thank you. Can I just ask in relation to, and Dr. Frost, in relation to open arms practitioners, just the example you gave about the referral to the police and then essentially the rapid handoff to you. Do you have any comment in terms of the capacity or willingness of open arms practitioners to manage levels of risk, particularly high risk clients?
I think it's very variable because it depends on experience. There are some open arms practitioners with a long experience of mental health, including in high risk areas like having been psychologists in acute mental health teams. And there are a number of practitioners who are very newly graduated who would have not had that experience and for whom it would be overwhelming and frightening. But like all services, that's why you have supervision. That's why you have experienced practitioners to assist you. I accept that suicidality and high risk does generally belong through our training as psychiatrists to us, but I don't think it belongs exclusively to us, and I certainly don't think it's a reason to stop treatment. Oh, sorry, not stop treatment. I don't think it's a reason to sever a relationship.
Mm-hmm. And again, just so that I'm clearly understanding, it was not necessarily an open arms policy about actively not managing a level of a certain threshold, above a certain threshold of risk.
I don't know the answer to that. I don't think it would have been, but I don't actually know that. I'm speculating.
Okay, and again, we are seeing open arms later this week, so we can ask them these questions. But do you have any comment in relation to the supervision of the open arms practitioners? Do you have a sense about whether that's adequate or not from your perspective?
Look, I have a really good working relationship with one of the senior open arms clinicians who's now occupying a managerial role, and she was concerned at the sheer number that she was supervising. But that's kind of conversation over a coffee rather than me knowing actual numbers.
Okay, thank you. And again, I must confess, I was a little surprised to hear you say it was up to you to find a new psychologist for that person. Mm-hmm. Is that kind of par for the course?
It's unusual. I think in that example that I gave, the clinician's reaction was so dramatic that I don't think that clinician was able to process how things would unfold once they made their, and I don't know whether it was they'd never made a notification to the police before, because there was no communication. I just got this, as I say, colloquially, it's a dump.
So was it a one-off, or have you experienced that on other
I haven't
occasions?
experienced that. I think it's such an important example of poor communication that it's worthy of bringing to the attention of the Commission. It's not my widespread experience. My widespread experience is just this frustration, this sheer frustration of not being able to get hold of reports, clinical notes, have meaningful dialogue with people. That's my day-to-day frustration.
And in terms of, you talked about the collaboration within a multidisciplinary team, I'm just wondering where the GPs sit, and you did talk about the challenges of communicating also with the medical officers from ADF, but for the veterans and their GPs, etc., is that an equal challenge for you, or can you do that direct with the GP, or do you have to go through Open Arms? How does it work?
Oh, no, I don't have to go through Open Arms with that. As I said, my mobile number has virtually every ADF GP that I've ever collaborated with, and I send text messages and we work out a time to chat. In the case of GPs and veterans, I would leave a message with a practice and generally the GP would get back to me. So that hasn't been a difficulty. It's just that kind of phone tag issue that we all run into.
Can I ask Dr. Mitchell, given that you had experience in Melbourne prior to coming up to NT in 2020, do the circumstances that have been described by your colleagues there on the panel, are they things that you've experienced as well in terms of dealing with Open Arms in a different jurisdiction?
It hadn't been my experience. It hadn't been my experience, and I guess both my colleagues have a much longer experience of working with Open Arms and they've seen various incarnations. Certainly when I came to Darwin, I tried to do some service mapping and reach out to various organisations. So in the case of Open Arms, I went to Billeroy House to an event and I met one of their peer support workers and I invited myself to come down to speak to Open Arms. And we had a good collaboration to start with because I was known to the various service providers. I would go down and give talks as a psychiatrist expert to help enhance their skills. But one of the things, and I've commented on this before, the transient nature of workforce meant that general managers came and went and that relationship has slowly dissipated. So the 2 points I'd say is you have to be pretty proactive, which I think in that instance I was. And secondly, you have to work against the resistance of this ties of clinicians changing all the time, which is why I guess I've advocated for some more formal processes in that space.
And can I ask, in terms of what, again, Dr. Frost and to some extent Mr. Moorcroft have described about this expectation to provide a service free of charge if it's a non-face-to-face clinical service, were you remunerated for any of the contact that you had, the talks you gave?
Well, unlike Melbourne, where the culture is you often work in a public-private setting and do a bit of both. The Northern Territory is predominantly public setting, so I'm a public psychiatrist. So the Department of Health, you would say, are paying for it because I'm using my time, which I think wisely, to go down there. So I've never received remuneration to do these things.
Okay, but you were essentially a public psychiatrist when you were doing that. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. And just to reiterate, because I was working in the acute care space, it was really important to have those relationships, and so I felt my time was well spent.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioner Douglas?
Dr. Frost, could I take you back to the dump that you referred to so eloquently before?
I'm not sure that's eloquent, dump.
No, I was speaking tongue-in-cheek. Was there any facility to take it up the chain of command, if I can use a military term, at Open Arms?
Look, there probably would have been, but I think by then, I won't use the colloquial, I was so frustrated by my communication with Open Arms, I couldn't be bothered. It was just, why keep bashing your head against the wall? It hurts.
Okay, thank you.
Just two very quick issues for Dr. Frost and Dr. Mitchell. You both talked about the cultural competency, if you like, of GPs, or being understanding of the military environment, the operating environment and so on. We have heard from others, and I'm just keen to get your opinion, perhaps all three of you, how helpful it may be to have a process similar to what they appear to have in the UK, where GPs, it's not obligatory, but those who volunteer, and a lot do, go through some form of training program, and then they're actually accredited formally as not experts, but certainly people who are very much geared towards working with veterans and defence personnel. I know we don't have that sort of system here, but we're trying to gather votes, I guess. Happy to hear your thoughts, whether that would be helpful.
Vote 1. Oh, sorry, not that loud. Vote 1.
Yeah, I'm certainly happy to give my thoughts on it. Like, I highly support it. And I think it plays into some of the things that I brought to my submission. I think you need nationwide service mapping of who your clinicians are, who your psychiatrists, who your psychologists, what areas of veteran psychiatry and military psychiatry are they interested in? Are they culturally competent? I think that would be a very easy win with not a lot of investment. And I think it would, in some ways, it would sort the weeds from everything else, because if you're going to reach out and do the cultural competency training, it says something about your commitment to veterans. Couldn't endorse it enough.
Can I just make a brief comment about that? In February of this year, the private hospital opened a mental health unit, the Darwin Clinic, and my understanding is both ADF and DVA have funded beds there, but I hear from those of my members who've been inpatients there and veterans that there isn't that cultural competency. And so both Defence and DVA have committed to psychiatric care in Darwin for this very vulnerable group, and yet those providing the care have not got this sort of cultural competency. And I think that speaks volumes.
Thank you. I think you've answered my question well and truly. The other issue which Dr. Mitchell brought up was in relation to having I think you called it a transition coordinator in your statement, which is essentially someone, I think you said something like, there's a need obviously for complex care coordinators, and you suggested in your statement that that person would be able to maintain contact with the individual once they've transitioned out, linking them to services going from garrison to civilian health and so on. And I just wondered, again, whether there'd be support for that, do you think, across the board? Because it seems to be that coordinating effort when people are transitioning in particular is not there, and may have led to all sorts of issues for veterans.
Yeah, I think speaking as a veteran, and this matter is very close to my heart, I think the veteran community would wholeheartedly welcome that. I think the services that service veterans would wholeheartedly welcome that. I think everybody that works in this space has a lot of interest and passion. I don't think that's missing, but I think there just needs some clearer systems to allow it to occur. And I think some sort of complex care coordinator, and we'd have to think about where the funding is. Like, is it funded by DVA or is it funded by the military? But both have a vested interest in that. The military in discharging members under the MEC system have an interest in their transition into civilian life, and the receiving veteran services and civilian services have an interest in that being done appropriately. And I think, once again, it's an easy win.
You wouldn't see that person as necessarily being a GP or anything. It's just someone who can coordinate the services and stay in touch.
That's right, and I think it probably wouldn't be a GP. We know on lots of levels that the landscape is GPs are doing it very tough, and we don't have enough GPs in Australia. But getting back to Dr. Frost's point about multidisciplinary team approach, it could be a whole swag of different disciplines. It could be a social worker or an allied health professional, such as an OT, but someone with a clear understanding of the mental health needs that could be that central care coordinator, and ensuring that those processes are handed over so there's seamless transition of care without gap.
Yep.
Just on that, as I understand it, DVA does have complex care coordinators, and then they have the wellbeing and support program, which is kind of another notch up again. Do you have any comment in terms of those programs, in terms of, I know they're not available to the, everybody, and probably not even the majority, but in terms of, do they fulfil that coordination function that you're kind of talking about, or is it something different?
I must admit, I don't know enough about what DVA is offering to make a comment, and certainly my expert evidence is not to criticise, it's to offer suggestions, and if they're being duplicated in some way, then obviously I wouldn't advocate for that. But I would just say, as a broad statement, there clearly is something missing or we wouldn't be here today. So whether DVA is doing something or not, maybe it's not doing it to enough of the population. Maybe it's not doing it in a robust way that's intensive enough. And so I think what I bring to this commission and would ask people to look at is a more considered approach of making these services more robust and enhanced. But I take your point. I'm not completely aware of what DVA are doing in this space.
If I can make a comment, I think one of the difficulties is that I hear from veterans, and this is particularly the group that have recently transitioned, is that they don't quite know how to access, say, a complex care coordinator or what that person can do for them. And sometimes, so I fill out lots of forms recommending psychosocial rehabilitation, for example. And I say, oh, well, I recommended that you have a drug and alcohol counsellor and an exercise physiologist because you've got, you've got a sore back or hips or shoulders or knees or feet, as many, particularly those who've been infantry and artillery in the army have. So they're really struggling with something like exercise. And so on my list of recommendations, and they go, oh, am I eligible for that? And I mean, I'm not DVA, and yet I know about it, and they themselves didn't realise that even with a white card, they can access those services. And I know that some of the recently discharged members call back to their military MOs to ask their assistance in navigating this system because they just feel so isolated, so vulnerable, and also not forgetting that they're struggling psychologically. Not all of them are highly educated. For some, even like sitting down at a computer to undertake of filling out a form online and then that form online disappearing or not being saved can be enough to make them stop accessing something for days to weeks. And it's a frustration we all share, but I mean, this is a group who almost at times need to be led by the hand. They need to be looked after. And what I hear, and certainly my interactions with DVAs, there's not a lot of compassion. There's not a lot of humanity. It's a kind of, we're carving up a cost dollar, and you're either under the line or over the line, and I don't don't ask me if you're not eligible because I can't help. That's the decision. And so for somebody really vulnerable, that can be, I imagine, the final straw. And so I think the reason there's so much suicidality in transitioning, newly transitioned members, particularly those medically discharged members, is largely because of that experience.
Thank you. Mr. Fordham, any issues?
No questions. Thank you.
Mr. McCarthy?
I might just cover one topic very
Certainly.
quickly. Dr. Mitchell, can I please ask you to turn to paragraph 120 of your statement?
I found the statement, thank you.
Commissioner Douglas expressed some interest in complex PTSD earlier. I understand that the research referred to in this paragraph relates to the prevalence of complex PTSD in veterans. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I understand that you have a second and a third phase of this study planned. Are you able to talk to the commissioners about what the second and third phase involves?
I can briefly just touch upon that. So the premise being that complex PTSD is likely to be high within veterans seeking help for mental health issues. And we've already found preliminary that's about 68%. Complex PTSD differs from traditional PTSD, and then there's the addition within the ICD-11 of 3 main symptom groups, and that's emotional dysregulation, poor sense of self-identification, and difficulty with relationships. So the treatment for complex PTSD is indeed different to traditional PTSD. In our second phase, which will well on to progressing given the findings of our initial study, would be to do a larger nationwide prevalency study to see if the high prevalency within the Northern Territory is similar to other parts of Australia. The second part, which may be more important, is a randomised control trial looking at a flexible modular treatment of complex PTSD, so an evidence-based treatment for complex PTSD. I guess the practicality going forward, if complex PTSD needs to be treated differently to traditional PTSD, and we can prove that with a high level of evidence, such as a randomised control trial, then there needs to be serious consideration to how we support veterans into these alternative types of treatments.
And then one final question. With enough studies of this nature, might complex PSD find its way into the DSM or into other diagnostic tools?
I guess similar to the questions raised just before our intimation by the Commissioner, I think we can only hope, because the clinical experience, and I think this is echoed within all 3 panel members here, is that complex PTSD is real. And it's a nonsense within psychiatry in some ways to rely upon the DSM-4 as the holy grail of all diagnosis, because the reality is it's a committee that makes a decision of what's in and out. And if it's out, that doesn't necessarily make it invalid.
That's all. Thank you, Dr. Mitchell.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McCarthy.
No, nothing.
Sorry. Thank you. Mr. Fraser, anything?
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Are there any issues, Mr. Connor?
No, Commissioner.
Okay. If there's no other issues, I'll just thank the witnesses and they can be excused from their summons to appear. You're excused from your summons. Thank you for your evidence today. Thank you for the significant amount of preparations you've put into your comprehensive and lengthy statement. It's very much appreciated. I can assure you today was very, very helpful for the Commission. We very much appreciate it.
Thank you.
If there's no other issues, we'll break for afternoon tea for 15 minutes.
All rise. The Royal Commission is adjourned for 15 minutes. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veterans Suicide is resumed. Please be seated.
Afternoon, Mr. Singleton.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. This afternoon you will hear from two representatives of the Government of the Northern Territory, Mr James Bear, Senior Director, Defence NT, a unit of the Department of the Chief Minister and Cabinet, and Dr Luke Butcher, the General Manager of the Top End Mental Health and Alcohol and Other Drugs section of the Department of Health. Time is limited, so I will limit the introductory remarks to note that the Northern Territory Government is, relative to others, a small organisation of limited resources that are no doubt being applied by many hard-working and conscientious people. That important fact should not be forgotten as we examine the matters now to be canvassed. I now ask that the two witnesses be sworn or affirmed.
James Bear, do you solemnly declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Dr. Luke Butcher, do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Thank you.
I'll ask the operator to bring up the tender bundle, and while I do that, Mr Bear, could you tell the Commission your full name?
James Ashley Bear.
And do you hold the position in the department that I mentioned a moment ago?
Correct.
Dr Butcher, could you give the Commission your full name?
Luke John Butcher.
And do you hold the position I mentioned a few moments ago?
I do.
Dr Butcher, is the statement that you prepared for this Commission true and correct to the best of your ability and knowledge?
It is.
And Mr Bear, although the department or the government's response to the notice seeking information from the government is no doubt a collective effort, is that government response true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Commissioners, I tender the 5 documents that are on the list numbered 1 to 5.
Thank you. They'll be accepted and allocated the next lot of consecutive numbers. Thank you.
Mr Bear, within your responsibilities as the Senior Director of Defence NT, do you oversee a smaller unit called Defence and Veterans Engagement, or DVE?
Yes,
It has 2 dedicated staff, is that right?
it does.
And are they supplemented by a portion of your own work?
That's correct.
Do you and they have the usual office supports to do your work?
We do.
Does DVE or any other part of your department have a budget that it is able to spend on the delivery of programs or services or on other projects for ADF personnel and veterans?
Yes, we have operational funding.
And can that be used to conduct projects, employing people or granting money to others?
The majority of the operational funding goes to, well, there's a range of activities that we undertake, travel to attend relevant working groups, forums. Some of that funding supports commemorative activities. Some of that funding supports the development of strategies and other initiatives.
All right. What is the Northern Territory Government's best estimate of the number of currently serving ADF personnel living in the Northern Territory?
Currently serving, we've usually considered that to be around 5,000. The ABS statistics coming out of the census 2021 would suggest that that's lower, or confirm that that's lower. I've got it here somewhere, 3,800-ish, I think it is, current serving.
And how many former members are living in the Northern Territory?
According to the ABS, 5,110.
Does that number include former members who are now reservists?
I would have to check that.
Well, you can take things on notice as you need to. What is the Northern Territory Government's best information about the number of serving and ex-serving ADF members who have died by suicide in the last year or in the last period for which you've got figures, if any?
Sorry, I don't have that information.
All right. Does the government hold that information? Is it?
Through the Coronial Office, I believe so, yes.
Does the Coronial Office have and the police have systems to record when a death is the death of a person who served in the ADF?
I'm happy to respond to that.
Yes, please jump in as you need to help each other.
The Commonwealth Government, the Northern Territory Government have a suicide prevention coordinator that reports statistics into the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare. Part of that data set is veteran status, as well as young people Aboriginal status. That data, the publicly available data isn't broken down for veterans in the Northern Territory, but is aggregated at the Commonwealth level.
Sorry, could I just interrupt and ask you to just move the microphone a little bit directed towards you? Thank you.
There we go. Thank you.
So do those data record who are veterans or current serving members when they die?
The data reported to the Commonwealth, it collected to the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare records veteran status, but we haven't, to the best of my knowledge, haven't got that broken down at a Northern Territory level.
Right, but the question was about the systems of the Northern Territory Government, particularly I mentioned the police and the coroners, but any part of the government, to get the information for itself.
Not to my knowledge.
So to the extent that there are deaths of members of the ADF or former members, the Territory is reliant on receiving the information from the federal government, such as the Australian Institute for Health and Welfare. It doesn't have systems in place to capture that data itself.
To the best of my knowledge, but I can take that on notice if you'd like, Mr. Singleton.
Certainly. What are the major issues, and either of you might wish to weigh in on this, what are the major issues that the Northern Territory Government has identified as arising for veterans who live in the Northern Territory?
Yeah, I'm happy to speak to that. Thank you. We've recently undertaken significant consultation work in development of our NT Defence Veterans Strategy, which I may speak to later on if asked. Through undertaking an online survey, through face-to-face engagement with a number of ex-serving organisations and the broader veterans community, we've come up with some themes that have emerged. Sorry, I will just make sure I get them right. So the challenges that are faced by veterans, according to our consultation process and broader stakeholder engagement, if we look at serving veterans, the remoteness, isolation of posting up here, spouse, partner employment, education for children, limited services and amenities versus other locations, limited medical specialists and longer wait times in comparison to, say, East Coast or southern postings, the weather, the heat, the humidity, the cyclone and fire risks. For ex-serving, the main themes were around maintaining networks and social connection, cost of living pressures, employment opportunities, recognition or lack of recognition of military qualifications and skill sets, and again, spouse and partner employment.
Thank you for that. Are there major issues that arise for the Northern Territory Government and community from having a community of veterans living and settling here? Perhaps it's just the flip side of what you've just said, but are there any, so take that as a read, are there other particular challenges for the government and community in responding to their presence?
Yeah, I think Northern Territory Government provides a range of services, whether that's healthcare, education, housing, whatever social services it is. I mean, that's for the broader community. It's not veteran specific. So I guess that is a challenge that we face. Data is an issue as well. Knowing exactly how many veterans sit where in the geography of the Northern Territory. We, as I mentioned, are pulling together a strategy, NT Defence Veterans Strategy, which will hopefully provide us with a strategic framework for managing and supporting veterans and their families going forward. We don't currently have that in place, so that's another difficulty.
You mentioned the consultations with ex-service organisations. How harmonious and consistent do you find the veteran organisations to be regarding the issues that the government's trying to address? And what is the level of cooperation that you see between those organisations?
Yeah, we're certainly encouraged by the collaboration and cooperation between ex-serving organisations. I think from my experience, from what I've seen and what I've seen with my team over the last 18 months that I've been in this job, the majority are after the same outcomes. Different groups go about things in different ways, but ultimately, people want to make sure that the Northern Territory is a supportive and comfortable environment for veterans and their families, as do we.
What challenges does the government find, if any, in dealing with what may be a large number of different groups?
Being a small team, that can be difficult. That stakeholder engagement has to be regular. So we find ourselves spread a bit thin sometimes, but largely, we've developed good relationships with certainly the major ESOs locally. And not just Darwin as well, certainly RSL sub-branches in Katherine, Alice Springs, Tennant Creek, Gove. We try our best to communicate right across the territory.
Have there been aspects of lack of harmony between the various organisations that you've observed?
Some, yes.
And did that arise with respect to different policy positions or for other reasons?
Generally, just different groups and different people wanting to go about things in their own way. I think part of our role, and noting again that we're a small team, it can be quite difficult, but part of our role is to provide a little bit of leadership and consolidation, harmony in that space.
On the Northern Territory Government's analysis, what's the correct division of responsibilities between it and the Commonwealth for the provision of services to veterans, especially with regard to matters such as health, housing, employment, family support? And what more, if anything, would the Northern Territory Government like the Commonwealth to do to meet the needs of veterans living here in the Territory?
As I mentioned before, there are a number of services that are provided by the NT Government, health, education, housing, etc. Those are all provided for the broader community. We don't currently provide any veteran-specific services, so that's probably the limit.
Dr. Butcher, what does the veteran community, which comprises many who have experienced particular challenges that other people just don't experience, have in respect of particular health challenges, including with respect to alcohol, that your service has noticed?
Certainly, the literature broadly indicates that there are issues around adjustment disorders, rates of post-traumatic stress disorders, high rates of suicide, substance use, and a range of what we term social determinants of health, which are the factors such as housing, homelessness, family dynamics, healthy relationships, etc. can all impact veterans and also are shown to be associated with higher rates of suicide as well.
Mr. Baird, does the government agree with that brief summary as essentially right?
Yes.
And the government recognises that, does it not, that veterans have particular challenges in respect of issues such as housing, employment and so on?
We believe they can, yes.
I'll ask the operator to bring up a document. From time to time we'll try and look at a few, starting with this. NTC quadruple 00001 0019. If I've got the number right, it will be the Northern Territory Defence and National Security Strategy issued in 2018. And I'll ask the operator to go to page 24 of the document. This, I anticipate, Mr. Baer, will be the first of 2 pages that address the 4th strategic focus area called Defence Community, and you may see the 2 strategic outcomes there. The rest of the page, does it not, has a series of factual points that describe the importance of defence and national security to the Northern Territory, or at least those personnel. Do you agree with that characterisation? These are basic facts that show how important these people are.
Yeah, I would agree with that, noting that that was 2018 that the strategy was released.
Yeah. Over the page there are some more facts, but I'll ask you to focus on the 4 on the right-hand column. Do you consider those 4 points to be a description of the current situation, or would you want to update that a little bit in the light of the last few years? And I'm not suggesting you should, but I'm giving you the opportunity.
I think those points are largely valid. I acknowledge there are some challenges in being posted to the Northern Territory. Some of those challenges I mentioned before around isolation, remoteness, the weather. Potentially we would change that wording a little bit, but broadly I think it holds.
I've very quickly shown you the 2 pages for that focus area, but do you agree that there's nothing in this document that describes a plan or a strategy for achieving the objectives that were stated under the heading Defence Community? There's no description of what the Northern Territory Government will do to achieve those objectives?
I would agree.
And there's nothing to the effect that there is a plan for addressing particular health, housing or other of the needs we've mentioned?
Correct.
Operator, I'll ask you to display NTC 0001 at page 3. So you quickly look at page 1 on the screen was the covering page of the response document that the government has provided to the Royal Commission. And do you see at page 3, there's a question, you've reproduced our question in the box, question 8. It's asking about the provision of a number of services, and that's addressed over 9 pages. We'll get to some of the details. It's in writing, it's in evidence. Do you agree that in respect of health, training, housing, homelessness, health, disability services, custody issues, helplines and legal services, the response given in this document is in substance to this effect, that the Northern Territory Government provides funds or arranges such services on the general basis that they're available to the whole community, and that includes veterans and serving members?
Yeah, that's correct.
In respect of all of those topics I've just mentioned, does the government provide or arrange or fund any veteran-specific programs, that is just for veterans?
No, not at this stage.
All right. If we get the operator to scroll down to paragraph 12, I might just ask this as we get to it. To the extent that there are waiting times or queues for these various services that we've mentioned, what, if anything, is done to overcome the disadvantage that may arise for veterans who have recently transferred to the Northern Territory and in effect necessarily end up at the back of the queue if nothing is done?
I'm not sure I can answer that one. I'm not sure if you can, Luke.
Butcher, any thoughts?
For mental health services, you're quite correct, Mr. Singleton, that the services are designed to be open to the general population, where Defence and ex-serving members are entitled to access services on principles of equity of access. From a health perspective, the Northern Territory has quite thin markets in areas such as primary healthcare, mental health in the private sector particularly, and disability and education services, which is a conglomerate of a small population in a large geographical area.
I don't mean to cut you off, but that is in the papers, and I think it's very well known, and that we've acknowledged the limited resources. But there are no, I'm not suggesting whether there should or shouldn't, but there aren't any particular arrangements to assist veterans who have newly moved into the area to get up the queue.
Not within the health service. It operates on a triage-based system on acuity.
All right. Now, the operator's had paragraph 12 there for a moment. The document mentions that the Defence and Veterans Engagement Team, that's the one you supervise, Mr. Baer, works with others to develop pathways for veterans. Just by reference to the names or other quick labels, what pathways have been developed in the sense of completed so far?
I would say those pathways are a work in progress, and certainly something that we're looking to confirm through development of the NT Defence Veteran Strategy that's currently underway. Those pathways, generally relate to employment opportunities, some of which are internal, others of which are in industry, and we do a lot of work with industry peak bodies on that.
Correct me if I'm wrong, and I may have misheard or misunderstood something, but are these pathways expected to be described in a forthcoming veteran strategy?
That's correct.
And so none of them has yet, and we will come to that strategy, but none of them has yet commenced?
Not formally, no.
Well, is there some that have commenced informally?
Informally, yes, but probably not far enough down the track to speak to.
Well, does any of these pathways, formal or informal, that has commenced actually involve the delivery of a service to a veteran? Okay. If we scroll down to paragraph 13C, and maybe the whole of 13 can be displayed to see the context, what employment programs has the DVE or the Northern Territory Government supported to promote employment opportunities specifically for veterans and their partners, if any?
Yeah, so within the public sector, we have through our Office of OCPE, Office of the Public Employer.
Yeah, Office of the Commissioner for Public Employment.
Commissioner for Public Employment, my apologies.
Not at all.
We've signed up to the Soldier On Pledge, which means that we participate in a range of activities, and we promote within government the value of veteran employment. In 2021, OCPE undertook the People Matters survey. This happens on a biennial basis across the public sector.
If I could just interrupt you there, that's across the whole public sector as occurs around the country. The question is about supporting programs which promote employment opportunities for ex-serving personnel and their spouses or partners. The People Matter survey isn't specific to them. The pledge to Soldier On, which is in the papers, is an example of such a program. Is there another veteran-specific program that's covered by 13C?
We've developed what we call rank to grade guide, which looks at the levels across Northern Territory Government in a comparative sense to levels within the ADF. And the intention of that is to assist our HR practitioners across the NT public sector to understand the value of veterans and to help promote veteran employment.
Has there been any evaluation of that particular program to measure its success?
Not at this stage, no.
All right. How long has that program been in place?
Mid last year.
Is there, I know, as you know, time is very constrained, but is there perhaps one more, pick your best or most significant program, if any, exists that we can add to the list for 13C that you can recall at the moment?
No, I think that's it at this stage.
All right, thank you. I'll ask the operator to scroll down to 18, which is on the next page. Here we see that the Territory's Office for the Commissioner for Public Employment, the officer you just mentioned, along with DVE and other government units, supports public sector workplaces and veterans. Is there anything to add, now, just with this refresher, to what we've just discussed, or have we covered that topic?
I think we've covered that.
All right. On the next page, at paragraph 21, we see that the government is keen to improve job opportunities. Can you outline what's been done to achieve more job opportunities and whether any improvement has been measured or evaluated?
Certainly the Soldier On Pledge and the rank to grade guide that I mentioned have been initiatives to try and improve that veteran employment within the public sector. Evaluations on those haven't been undertaken, and we're certainly looking through development of the upcoming strategy to strengthen that. There's no targets or anything like that in place at this time.
All right. If we have a look at paragraphs 24 and 25, was it the case, this is about the housing and a shift of arrangement, was it the case that previously, in earlier years, the Northern Territory Government provided veteran-specific crisis accommodation by the route of granting money to the Vietnam Veterans Association of Australia to aid it in running Coral House?
Yes, that's correct.
And the current nearest arrangement is that the government grants money to support the operations of the Red Shield Men's Hostel. Is that right?
Correct.
Now, that's a change that occurred in 2016. If one looks at 27, one must acknowledge that there hasn't been a direct, easy funding comparison available. But as best you can estimate, has the funding granted to the Salvation Army matched or exceeded the funding that was taken away or discontinued to VVAA for Coral House?
I'd be speculating.
All right. If we glance at 26, one can note that the current arrangement funds a men's hostel. Is anything being done to ensure that female veterans can get crisis accommodation when they need it?
I'm not certain on that, no.
And overall, the picture is it not, what was once a veteran-specific program by way of funding has now been rolled into a general program for the community?
Yes, that's correct.
At paragraph 30 of the response, a couple of paragraphs along, the document notes that veteran status is not a criteria for HASI clients, and we can see that's the Northern Territory Housing Accommodation Support Initiative, to access the service. Is this right? The veteran's status, or a person's status as a veteran or not a veteran, is simply not part of the access criteria. Being a veteran neither helps nor does it hinder.
That would be correct for the HASI program.
It's the individual needs basis, no discrimination.
It's based on mental health acuity and psychosocial disability.
At paragraph 31, the government refers to demographic information that's entered into the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare's Specialist Homeless Information Platform, and the document says that these data could be interrogated to get some information. The information's mentioned. Does the Northern Territory Government have access to this data itself, or these data?
In the specialist homeless services, other jurisdictions the state had, we could take that on notice if you're not aware, Mr. Bear.
No, I'm not aware, no.
Right, thank you. Just on access to data, a few pages on, page 13, let's tidy up this issue. Paragraph 68, there's a reference to data that are held by the DVA. Has the Northern Territory Government sought from the DVA either data that it could analyse or reports or other information derived from the DVA's holdings? So you note that the data's there, but are there, have you got it?
Yeah, there's certainly effort being undertaken to unlock that data. There are a number of working groups that the NT government participates with DVA and others on. We're making some progress. Some of that data we have, others privacy and other factors prevents us from accessing it.
Other than, what are some of those other factors beyond privacy that's a barrier to access at this stage?
I think, I think ownership of that data and what we were going to do with it is probably a factor.
And you correct me if I'm wrong. I'm just going to try and read between the lines and make it express. Are you finding that the DVA doesn't want to share data because it's their data, and they're concerned with the loss of control if they give it over to you or give access to you?
I wouldn't say that, no.
No. Is there something along those lines that you would say to be accurate?
Yeah, I think data is an issue, or can be an issue in this space. And I think there are some sensitivities to it. Privacy, I mentioned. But I think we've got a good collaborative relationship with DVA, and we're working through that. I mean, there's some data that we certainly from my team certainly don't need access to. What we're looking for is high level population figures and data of that nature.
Granting that there may be some good reasons not to just give you access or hand over raw data, has the Northern Territory Government sought derived information, reports, or made queries of the DVA to get valuable information?
Yes, I believe we have.
And what's the level of responsiveness to those kinds of efforts?
I'd have to come back to you on that, I think.
All right.
Take that on notice.
I'll ask the operator to go back to page 6 and we'll resume a more orderly approach. At paragraph 32 and the heading above, but also the footnote below, I'll ask the operator to just expand it. That's perfect. So here we see the beginning of a passage on health. Dr. Butcher, you may be the right person to address, but whoever has the answer is welcome to give it. The government response here refers to the limited formal data available, and that appears to be a reference to data available at some web pages cited in the footnote, both of which are available to the public by being on the internet. Are you aware of any, beyond what Mr. Baer has said, any efforts to get more information from the DVA?
From a mental health drug alcohol perspective, at this stage I'm not aware of any additional efforts. As I've outlined in my statement, accessing data for veterans interfacing with mental health services is challenging, but I'm sure you'll ask me about that later.
We'll try and get to, you're both assisting me significantly to get through this, so I think we'll try and get to it. The response document over the page 7, and at paragraph 33 refers to a roundtable that was held last year by the Interim National Commissioner for Defence and Veteran Suicide. Did the Northern Territory Health Department discern any lessons from that roundtable, either then or subsequently?
Certainly the Northern Territory Government have convened a suicide prevention committee, which is, as outlined at 33, coordinating a whole of government response to suicide in the Northern Territory, noting that in this jurisdiction, as in many other jurisdictions, a significant proportion of people that end their lives don't have any interface with public mental health services. So it's about how do we strengthen natural supports and other non-mental health services to identify suicide risk.
And have any actual changes to public policy or public administration been made as a result of the roundtable or the lessons learned?
Sure. The Suicide Prevention Committee releases an annual report. 3 to 4 of those have been released, coordinating a range of community strengthening activities, professional development training opportunities for people that work in social service programs. Certainly from a public mental health perspective, there's been some strengthening of relationships with non-government providers, justice providers, etc.
Mr. Baer, the DVE was at the round table as well. From your perspective, were there, beyond what Dr. Butcher said, any lessons learned or changes to public administration or policy arising from it in the Northern Territory?
Not to my knowledge, noting I didn't actually attend that on the 30th of June last year.
That's you personally. Do you understand that
My team did, yes.
Operator, if you could go to page 12 of this document and expand paragraph 67, one of the lessons discerned during the roundtable, as reported here, was that there are gaps in the Northern Territory government's data holdings concerning the veteran population. What, if anything, has been done to address those gaps since the roundtable?
Excuse me. I'm not aware of any particular strategies at this stage. The Northern Territory government more broadly is moving towards a singular health and human services system called Acacia, which will allow the clear visibility of information between hospital and community primary care type of agencies to consolidate that. That program is currently in its rollout stage and is due for completion at the end of next year, I believe.
I take it that's a computer-based program?
Yeah, so it's an electronic record system to facilitate sharing of records within government easier.
Is veteran status a coded field in the data that are being collected?
No, veteran status isn't. From a health perspective, the best data that we can get around veteran status is if a veteran discloses on admission and uses their DVA card to access health services.
And if that happens, does the database that's being developed or being rolled out now actually have a field to tick or so the information, if disclosed, is recorded?
Yeah. I don't believe that information is reported in any consistent manner. So you would have to interrogate that data system to get that data out. I don't believe that data is being extracted in any routine fashion.
No, sometimes data is recorded in a free-form field where the practitioner just types a narrative, and sometimes there's a coded field, if you will, which is more amenable to data analysis on a mass basis. Is it the former or the latter?
It's the latter, so it would be a box that would tick DVA from a health perspective.
So the data's there. At the moment, it's not being analysed or used.
Yeah.
Mr. Baer, if I could, I'll ask the operator to go back to page 7 and paragraph 34. Mr. Baer, turning to you, it seems the Northern Territory government's view is that data on veteran status isn't collected because the Commonwealth provide veteran-specific health and allied services. Is that a fair reading of the way that's expressed in view of, and so on?
I believe so.
And do you agree that the fact that the Commonwealth provides such services is not a good reason for the Northern Territory government to fail to collect such data?
Sorry, I'll get you to repeat that.
What I'm suggesting is that the logic here is flawed. Just because the Commonwealth's providing a service is no good reason for the Northern Territory to fail to collect the data. Would you agree with that?
Broadly, yes.
At 36, paragraph 36 down the page, we see that as of February this year, which is when this document was put together for us, there was a plan to seek funding to run a joint pilot program to treat certain veterans. Could you give us an update regarding that pilot therapy program? Was the funding granted? Did it happen? What
I believe Dr. Mitchell spoke about that in his evidence prior to the break for afternoon tea. So that program Dr. Mitchell was talking about is the same program that's referenced here at 36.
All right, thank you. So both of you as you see fit, as reflected respectively in your statement, Dr. Butcher, and in the government's official response, Mr. Bear, the a central theme of the information is it not, that the Northern Territory Government provides a number of services and programs that are relevant to veterans, and that veterans have access to those services and programs without discrimination for or against.
Yep.
As for veteran-specific programs, there are relatively few, perhaps just the ones we've mentioned, and maybe you may have forgotten one, but there's not much more than what we've mentioned. Is that fair?
Yeah. Yeah.
In short, it's the case, now it's the public policy of the Northern Territory as stated in the Defence and National Security Strategy to encourage veterans to make Northern Territory their home. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
One of the objectives. You've mentioned already that the Northern Territory Government recognises that they've actually got particular challenges and needs. Do you agree that encouraging veterans to settle here as a public policy, knowing that they have particular needs, but not having almost any veteran-specific programs to meet those needs, is at least an incongruity? Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Operator, could I'll ask you to bring up Dr. Butcher's statement, which is LBU. It's already there. I'll put it on the transcript. I believe that's proper. LBU *0001001 001. That's the first page of your statement, Mr. Butcher, Dr. Butcher, without your signature. It looks like a blackout. If we go to page 5, at paragraph 19, Doctor, you make this point: the general population and defence. I'm sorry, I'll read that again. There's a phrase: the general population and defence and veteran populations can access certain services as described. In referring to the general population on the one hand and the defence and veteran populations on the other, you're not saying that there are different services, it's just that the general population includes the veteran and member population.
That's correct, Mr. Singleton.
And that phrase has the same meaning throughout the statement.
That's correct.
Right. You report that on average over the last 3 years, your particular organisation has served an average of 5,672 individuals per year. Can you give us an idea of how many of those individuals call on your service more than once a year?
Not necessarily, given the relapsing condition of mental health being a relapsing condition. I could take a deep dive. That would take some time into that data set.
All right. But this is a number of individuals, not a number of attendances.
Yeah, that's the number of individuals.
The attendances will be more.
Yeah, that's correct.
How many of the individuals are known to be veterans or serving ADF members?
As I've outlined in my statement, we routinely don't collect veteran data. On Friday, I interrogated the database that we have looking at admissions to Royal Darwin and Catherine hospitals for veterans who presented with a mental health condition and were subsequently admitted to hospital. There was only 26 people that met that criteria, so I'm not convinced that there could be either recording error. That does seem substantially low from my view, and is based around self-disclosure as well. So there's
just to check, that was not just current serving members but veterans as well within that small figure?
Yeah, so we pulled DVA status from the system and identified 26 people that met that criteria.
And if indeed it is just a matter of non-reporting, does that mean that they didn't use a veteran card or any other identifier when accessing the services?
That would be my assumption.
All right. Over at the page 8, paragraph 24A, you note the principle of collaboration and multi-agency responses. In how many cases a year does your agency engage with the DVA or with open arms?
We don't have a routine data system in which we could extract that. That would require a manual audit of all those 5,600 files.
It may be, if the data you mentioned a few minutes ago, the very small number,
Yeah.
I think you said 26, but if that's accurate, there just wouldn't be many cases where there's an engagement with the Commonwealth agencies. Would that be right? What's your recollection or your feel?
Sure.
Is your feel that you're engaging at that low level with DVA and Open Arms?
Certainly, as Dr. Mitchell referenced in his evidence as a public employee, he has had a degree of engagement with Open Arms, DVA, and other veterans agencies. That very small number of 26 is people that have received an inpatient admission, so that precludes people who are accessing community-based services. My understanding is we are engaging with veterans from evidence such as what Dr. Mitchell had provided. However, I don't have hard data to ground that for you, Mr. Singleton.
I probably should have asked this towards the beginning just to clarify, but does the concept of collaboration and multi-agency response, as mentioned here, would that include bringing the DVA or Open Arms in when thought clinically appropriate?
Certainly, the agency is grounded in, as you've mentioned, collaborating in multi-agency responses. So it's about ensuring that people connect to the right care at the right place at the right time with the right services and engaging those providers.
Is there any formal or administrative structure to ensure that appropriate multi-agency collaboration is occurring?
With some of our non-government agency providers, we're in the process of either have established or establishing memorandums of understanding. At this stage, that's been with funded NDG services and AMSs, and we haven't engaged with DVA or Open Arms through a similar partnership governance process as of yet.
If I'll ask the operator to go back to page 5, paragraph 19 actually has two parts to it. If we look at the second part of paragraph 19, here you say that the community mental health teams, along with others, provide a comprehensive mental health service tailored to the individual needs of the general population, and that includes defence and veterans. For how long has this important double achievement, both comprehensive and individually tailored, been in place?
Certainly that delivering a contemporary mental health service requires a comprehensive and individually based service. It's important that in order to support people in their journey to recovery, that they receive tailored services to their particular circumstance so they can connect with their loved ones and lead a fulfilling life.
And are you satisfied that you are delivering both at the moment, comprehensive and individually tailored to the level you would want?
There's always room for improvement in service delivery. We're undergoing a community reform piece of our community mental health services in the top end to sharpen some areas of our service delivery, as we have been doing in our inpatient unit. But on a broad, high level, certainly the staff are delivering high quality services to the best of their ability.
Yes, and I'm certainly not critical of any of them, but is it to be inferred that additional resources are not a challenge, that you've although you probably always want more resources, we all do, but are you finding, given this description, that the resources are approximately right?
Yes, we're undergoing a process through our community reform of looking at the alignment of services and matching service delivery models to demand. Certainly one of the challenges that we have in the Northern Territory, I beg my pardon, which is not unique to other jurisdictions in Australia, is staff and workforce shortages, and how we can attract skilled clinicians to the Northern Territory, and then how we can lean into the resources that are existing in the community, such as Aboriginal health workers, people with their own lived experience, to strengthen responses.
Jumping a few points ahead, I'll ask the operator to go to page 8 at paragraph 24. Just at the beginning, you note that military cultural competency isn't a requirement for the employment of staff. Do some of your staff in fact receive training or have qualifications in military cultural competency?
Certainly some of our staff are veterans, as Dr. Mitchell outlined previously.
As part of our Grand Rounds, which is a professional development program for our medical staff and clinical staff, we have brought up an expert in Professor Sandy McFarlane has done a workshop with our staff.
Is he the expert mentioned in paragraph 25?
He is.
He is.
Yep.
Thank you for that. But apart from, sorry, I may have missed your answer, but
Sure.
the question was whether your staff have qualifications, even though they're not required in order to get the job, but do they in fact have qualifications or training other than what Professor McFarlane's been giving them?
Not as routine. Certainly, if a staff member meets the criteria for employment within our service and is a veteran, that is a good thing, but we don't have a systematic training program around developing military cultural competency or have requirements for staff to have that.
Do you, apart from having Professor McFarlane's services, do you have access to other external resources to overcome any gaps in your organisation's military cultural competency?
Certainly the research project that Dr. Mitchell and Professor Bressington are working on will go some way in addressing military cultural competency through our service.
I take it the answer is no, not yet.
Yes, that's correct, yep.
Operator, if you could display paragraph D within paragraph 24, so I think it, from memory, goes over the page. Thank you, Operator. We can see here there are two concepts. Would it be fair to say that trauma-informed, I realise this is a layperson's analysis, so
Sure.
whilst bearing that in mind, correct it only if it's wrong. Is it fair to say that the concept of trauma-informed focuses on an event and its effects, whereas culturally safe focuses on the person who is affected? Is that a fair?
Yeah, that would be a lay definition.
We've already touched on the level of training, and Dr. McFarlane, who's looking at military cultural competency. Do your staff have any qualifications? Do they have any training, or are they getting it? Specifically about the kinds of traumas to which ADF members are sometimes subjected?
Not in the specific traumas of ADF members, but in trauma more broadly. We've recently rolled out a trauma-informed program by the Blue Knot Foundation for all of our clinical staff to become more trauma-informed in their practice. And as I've mentioned in my statement, we're doing some work with the Northern Territory Primary Health Network around establishing care pathways for people who are experiencing complex trauma.
Are there complex traumas that may be more prevalent in the veteran community?
The Northern Territory context, we have a range of people who have experienced a range of significant traumas accessing our service, and I would be reluctant to kind of compare and contrast types of trauma and how people respond to that.
To give you just one example, and this may not be medically apt, so correct me if it's not, we have heard of veterans who, having come back from overseas deployment into combat zones, have PTSD or similar conditions which make them hypervigilant through the night, responding in a more aggressive fight, not flight way when disturbed, perhaps by a family member in the evening. The descriptions we've heard suggest that that sort of thing is more prevalent in the ADF community than others for reasons that relate directly to their work. Do your staff get training that's focused to that kind of ADF-specific issue, or any other, but ADF-specific?
Sure, not in the ADF-specific context. However, when working with people that have been subjected to sexual trauma, violent victimisation, exposure to death in community, etc., the expression of trauma and trauma-informed practice is about how do we support people to interface with our service in a safe manner, and our service doesn't unnecessarily pathologise those experiences of people.
All right. Having a look at paragraph 26 of your statement, you'll note that you do note that it's difficult because of an absence of data to conclusively state what barriers veterans may have in accessing mental health services in the Northern Territory. Nevertheless, what barriers have been identified by you or your staff and the expert, McFarlane? I know it's difficult to discern them through data, but what are the barriers you've discerned?
Certainly, if that number of 26 people that I mentioned getting an inpatient admission would indicate there are significant barriers. As I've outlined in my statement and outlined earlier, there are issues around social determinants of health being particularly exacerbated. We know that there's a degree of stigma, particularly in men, around engaging with mental health services. We know that a proportion of people that end their lives aren't known to mental health services and won't be known to public mental health services before they end their lives. So it's developing a range of resources within the social service domain and also the natural support networks. Mates in Construction are great examples of that. Mental health first aid are fantastic examples of these types of supports we can offer.
Given the extent to which your evidence would suggest that the services are generic for the whole community and not veteran specific, is that in contradistinction to the principle of being culturally competent and culturally safe?
In the context of this statement, when I'm referring to cultural competence and cultural safety, it's in the context of the trauma-informed paragraph at 24D, is in the context of First Nations cultural safety.
But we obviously won't go into that for reasons of time and terms of reference, but your service, correct me if I'm wrong, probably does quite a lot to be culturally safe for that community and not so much for the ADF community.
Yeah, that would be correct.
Could I turn back to you, Mr. Baer? Thank you for being patient while we dealt with some medical issues. For some time, a new defence veterans strategy has been under development, has it not?
Since July this year.
And what prompted the work to begin?
So feedback from our Northern Territory Veterans Affairs Ministerial Advisory Council and our ongoing regular engagement with ex-serving organisations and the broader veterans community. Through that, we identified a need for a dedicated veterans strategy. You've referenced the 2018 NT Defence and National Security Strategy. Defence community is a small part of that.
You've advised that the strategy as currently drafted, and we note it's a draft and needs to be approved at various levels of government, but as currently drafted, it has 3 key priority areas that have already been endorsed by the Minister: employment, health and wellbeing, and recognition of service. In addition to these 3 key priority areas, are there other priority areas in the current draft?
These are the primary focus areas for now.
Now, I understand they're the primary ones. Are they the only ones?
At this stage, yes.
On what grounds were those 3 distinguished from other areas that might have been candidates to make the cut, for example, housing or family support?
Again, largely through the consultation that we undertook, both the online Have Your Say survey, face-to-face engagement, and again, feedback from our Veterans Ministerial Advisory Council.
To the extent that the current draft ends up being in the strategy, how will the objectives in respect of employment be achieved?
So we're having a look both internally and externally. I've mentioned the Soldier On Pledge and some of the OCPE work. We're looking at doing a little bit more to promote the employment of veterans within the public sector. We're doing a lot of work with Master Builders Association, Northern Territory, Chamber of Commerce and others on developing pathways for those transitioning from service to then be employed in defence industry.
Right. Now, in respect of health and wellbeing, how, if anything's been drafted yet, will what measures will be in place beyond what's already in the National Security Strategy?
So our team and our role is really one of coordination and communication. So we aren't a service provider. The strategy will take the opportunity to promote existing services that are provided to the broader community and how they might apply to veterans.
Does the strategy as currently framed involve any allocation of public funding or other dedicated public resources to achieve the objectives?
Sorry, if I could just interrupt. My learned friend is really asking about a draft document. So really the questioning should be limited in our respectful submission as to what stage that is at and perhaps when it's likely to be complete. We're really going into a lot of detail about a draft that is anticipated to go to ministerial and ultimately cabinet level.
You want to respond, Mr. Smith?
Yes, the question was, does the strategy as currently framed, but perhaps I meant as currently drafted. I'm happy to make that adjustment.
It's pretty clear it's a draft. I can't see why you can't continue to ask questions about the current draft.
Yes, there have been some discussions prior to the evidence, and my understanding was that we weren't going to be going into detail about the draft. So I pressed the objection, but matter for the commissioners, of course.
I'll overrule the objection.
Thank you, Commissioner. Does the strategy as currently drafted include any allocation of funding or other resources to achieve the objectives?
I couldn't comment to that as it's subject to cabinet approval.
Is protection, just to be, well, let me ask this question. It is the case, is it not, that the government informed the Royal Commission of this drafting, of the existence of the draft strategy and of some of its content?
That is correct.
Is protection against suicidality a feature of the forthcoming Veterans Strategy, as presently drafted?
As presently drafted, not specifically, no.
The Northern Territory Suicide Prevention Strategic Framework recognises that former ADF personnel are at higher risk than the community average for suicide, but it does not have any measures in that strategy to address their particular needs. We've been made aware recently that there are other documents that perhaps go under or with this strategy, but do those other documents, the implementation plan, for example, or the annual, or the progress reports, deal with or contain specific measures to address veteran suicide?
I would have to take that on notice. The annual reports, in a broad statement, record activities associated with suicide prevention activities within the Northern Territory. So may or may not provide a quantum of a number, but provide a range of agency activities and collaboration efforts.
Commissioners, the documents will get into the later tender in the week. That's the evidence in chief of these two witnesses. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Brown?
Thank you very much. I just wanted to ask a couple of clarifying questions, if I could. The electronic record that's in development that you referred to, and I think you talked about it going across health and human services. Could you just clarify which human services you're talking about there?
Sure. The Territory families.
Just Territory families?
That, as is my understanding, but I'm happy to clarify that.
Right. And I think you mentioned primary care?
Primary care is delivered via NT Health. So we have a primary care division, a mental health division, and a hospital division that operate on a variety of different systems, and the Acacia system will consolidate those medical records in a singular place.
Right, thank you. And again, just so that I'm really clear, there is capacity for a veteran status to be coded within that system?
As I've mentioned, my understanding is that the DVA status would be coded kind of alongside your private health insurance and Medicare number.
Okay, but that's different to a veteran status, because
Yeah,
you can
that
be a
would-
veteran and not actually have a DVA.
Yeah, so that would be the DVA status.
Right, so you're not really picking up all veterans?
No.
Okay. Could I ask, in terms of, we heard about the Red Shield men's hostel for veterans that was defunded. Can I understand what may have been the reason for that, if you are able to answer that?
The reason for that funding being allocated?
Well, as I understood it, and perhaps I misunderstood, but I thought Mr. Singleton was indicating that there had been funding allocated for a veterans men's hostel that no longer is funded, and the funding may or may not have gone elsewhere. But I'm just kind of wanting to understand, was that seen to be around, you know, the service delivery, or was the service not seen to be needed? What, you know, just in broad terms.
I believe it was to do with the ex-serving organisation that looked after that facility no longer having ownership or access to that facility.
Right, okay. And the rank to grade program that you referred to, that is really about facilitating HR functions, but is there more affirmative action actually happening to engage veterans in employment? Perhaps this is part of the strategy that's to come.
Yeah, we, my team attends ADF transition seminars, Soldier On expos, a number of other events where we engage directly with current and ex-serving members. And we're certainly promoting employment opportunities and careers in the public sector. There's probably more work that we can do to promote and implement that rank to grade guide internally.
But in doing that promotion, are you offering them anything other than saying, hey, this is a potential opportunity? You know, for example, we visited the UK recently and they have programs there. One's called Step Into Health, one's called Step Into Justice, where they guarantee that any veteran who applies for a job will be interviewed. They don't necessarily get any further advantage, but they get at least that opportunity. Are you offering something like that, or is it just, hey, think about jobs here?
Not offering anything like that at this stage, no.
Okay, thank you. Can I just ask, in terms of the Northern Territory whole of government suicide prevention strategy, does that interface in any way with the DVA suicide prevention strategy, or indeed the Defence mental health and wellbeing strategy that references suicide prevention?
Not that I'm aware of. Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And then just my last question is in relation to, I guess, we heard, I think, early on about, in essence, the importance of defence to the NT. I'm just wondering, Mr. Bear, are you able to say in kind of rough terms what the economic contribution of defence and veterans might be to the Territory? You know, how important is it?
It is quite significant. So in 2020-21, defence investment, so expenditure on projects, personnel, etc., represented 8.8% of our GSP.
So perhaps would it be out of turn for me to suggest that if such a significant contributor to the NT government, that there could or should be a significant recognition of the needs of defence and veteran in service delivery?
Yes, I believe so, and that's really why we're taking the step to develop the NT Defence Veterans Strategy. Our 2018 strategy focuses broadly on facilitating defence requirements in the Northern Territory and developing, growing, promoting defence industry in support of that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Douglas.
Thank you for your evidence, but I have no further questions.
Thank you. I just had one question, just in relation to the Ministerial Advisory Council. Can you just expand on that a bit, about the numbers on it and how it works?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. The NT Veterans Affairs Ministerial Advisory Council was established in 2015. It has a terms of reference that was developed or updated in 2018. The Minister for Veterans Affairs in the Northern Territory, the Honourable Paul Kirby, MLA, he appoints members to that council. We can appoint, or he can appoint, up to 15 members, and there are a number of ex officio members as well, including DVA. Currently we have 13 members and a couple of spots to fill. The representatives come from a diverse serving background, and also geographically diverse as well. We have a member from Alice Springs, and yeah, it's not limited by geography. The intention of it is it's a non-statutory body, but it is to provide advice to the Minister on matters of interest and issues as they affect the veterans community.
Thank you. Ms. Chalmers, anything to raise?
I don't have any specific questions, but and no criticism of my learned friend, but some of those matters were not on notice as far as I'm aware. So I'll liaise with the solicitor assisting team as to how any outstanding matters might be addressed.
Yep, thank you. It's an ongoing process, I think, for most witnesses, but thank you. Mr. Fraser, any issues?
No, thank you, Commissioner.
Ms. Wright?
No, thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Mr. Singleton, any matters arising?
No questions. We can assure the Northern Territory we'll continue to receive any information they want to add, including the matters taken on notice.
Okay. Thank you, and thank you for your evidence today. Appreciate it. If there's no other matters, the witnesses can be excused from their summons to appear.
Certainly.
Yep. So you're excused from your summons to appear, and thank you again. If there's no other issues, we'll adjourn till 10 a.m. tomorrow morning.